I know, boy.
I was worried because I thought I was going to come late. I wanted to start calling county commissioner to call police.
Yeah.
The sheriff probably wouldn't have let me out because I sent him a letter today telling him we're moving all of HR from your space to ours. So the guy would have been obviously.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening. We're going to start this evening with our recognition. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Funk.
Caleb, turn the volume down on that TV, thanks. First thing I'd like is to have Ben Straka, and Ben, you can bring your family up here. So once you guys all come up to the very front, in front of the screen here. Come on all the way up so everybody can see you.
Oh my gosh. All the way up.
These kids wanted to watch them on the TV.
They were like all about the big screen.
They can turn around and look at you right now. So we've got Ben Straka here, and Ben has been named a top 10 high school educator of the year in the United States. Stillwater Area High School teacher Ben Straka has been selected as a Clays Noble Educator of the Year. Straka, who teaches astronomy and biology, was one of just 10 teachers across the country recognized by the National Society of High School Scholars. Each year, NSHSS encourages students to nominate an educator who has significantly impacted their high school academic career. This honor recognizes those whose passion and devotion inspire their students to grow and develop as scholars, leaders, and citizens. During his 20-year career, Straka has inspired many students to find a passion in studying the night sky and the natural world around them. He takes great pride in helping his students climb their personal mountains and overcome life challenges. He also serves as an assistant track and field coach. Ben, I'll turn it over to you, and you go ahead and introduce some folks here. And
Just grab that microphone.
You can kind of hold that.
Perfect, thank you. I brought, my greatest supports in the world here today. So I brought along my family, my 3 wonderful kids, and we were joking in the back. They're the ones that helped me practice patience and being a great teacher. They're being great right now, so I do appreciate that. I have my wonderful wife over here on the far side, and then I also invited Sydney Rod, who nominated me for the award initially, and I'm just grateful for everything that I've had, and I've just love all the teachers and the support that we have through the administration here in this district. So thank you for this recognition, and thank you.
everyone want to take a picture? Got a camera or anything? No?
I just hold it out.
Here, I got a picture of you and the family up
Oh,
here.
perfect.
All
Thank
right.
you.
You bet.
Maybe you should be in that picture. Maybe we should take it. Yeah.
That would be great.
Okay.
Do a couple this way. Somebody better not Photoshop, so fix this up.
Hey, thank you so much.
I actually have a question. If I have a question, this is more for the student who nominated you. Can you maybe just tell us a little bit in your own words why you felt compelled to nominate your teacher?
So I had Mr. Straka for astronomy in my junior year, and I've always been really interested in space in general since I was a kid. So taking astronomy just felt like a natural step in my life progress. So Straka just kind of helped me through the year. I didn't really need much help, but he was there for when I did need it. And he really pushed me to be the best student I could be. And I just really appreciate all that you do as an educator and as a friend.
So nice. I love that. Well, we appreciate you coming in. I don't know if there was anyone else who wanted to ask a question, but we just are grateful that you came in to be with us for a few minutes here. So thank you so much.
I
Congratulations,
appreciate it.
congratulations. So.
Thank you.
Great. Great.
All right, guys.
All right, we are going to move on to public comment. We have three, oops. We have three speakers this evening. Before we call them up to the table, which every speaker will just take a seat right here, I'll read the comment expectations. The school board encourages community input while comments and questions are welcome. Law prohibits the board from discussing concerns about individual employees or students in a public setting. The board will not deliberate, discuss, or engage in conversation with speakers. However, the board may ask administration to review the concerns presented. Speakers must prevent their testimony in a respectful manner. Vulgarity, character attacks, malice, or specific complaints identifying staff or students by name or implication will not be permitted. We will stop the proceedings immediately if employee or student privacy issues are raised and direct the speaker to forward comments regarding individual employees or students to the superintendent. Our first speaker tonight is Nancy Matchie.
I'm her support.
Great. And you can put,
Is this working okay?
yes.
Okay, this is Mike Polina.
Yeah, and then you can take a seat. And then also we do have our timer, so it'll kind of time you.
Oh,
and
I'll
alert
be
you.
good. This
Okay.
will be fine. So my name is Nancy Matchie. I'm joined by Mike Polina, partner in crime here, Vice Mayor of Stillwater. And I've lived in the school district for 22 years. I've got a daughter who's 24 years. She participated in the pony softball program. I've now got a son who's currently a senior and a captain of the varsity baseball program. I've been an active volunteer in the St. Croix and Stillwater baseball programs for 9 years. My professional background, strategic business development leadership. So why am I here? It was a request of Dr. Funk that I inform you of a community effort called the Ponies Better Together campaign. I represent a group of 11 well-respected community volunteers who all have a common passion. We are rallying to bring an enhanced experience to the players, the fans, and the community as it all relates to pony baseball and softball. After experiencing last year's baseball state championship win and witnessing multiple state championships between our softball and baseball programs, we believe that it's time that our player and fan facilities match our skills on the field. We also believe that by joining the forces of both softball and baseball programs, we can accomplish a greater good by introducing a pony plaza between the fields. And at that time, Stillwater will enjoy a gathering place for positive energy, memorable experience that they'll be proud of. We have already gained the approval of Dr. Funk and his athletics and facilities team at the high school, and also the administrator of Oak Park Heights. So at this point, I'm here to inform you of our plans and get you excited about what's coming. Many details of the Better Together campaign are in these handouts, which I'll leave behind. And I invite you to join our initiative by donating as an individual at poniesbettertogether.org. Thank you.
Thank you. We can take that information and,
Okay. There's 8,
yep,
so I think we're good.
great. Joan, you
I
wanna-
was just going to say, it was 40 years ago, I was here before the school board with presenting the JC ball fields. The community didn't think we could have ball fields for the kids. We got it done. This lady is so organized. Things are looking really good. And I think we're going to have a project that you can all be very proud of and support the kids of our community, so.
Great. Thank you for coming to share that with us. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're excited. Thank you.
Great. All right, our next speaker is Mike McCarthy.
I'm out of space. I need a bigger table.
Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the board, on January 22nd, you were handed a petition signed by over 230 people. We asked that you not adopt policy 606, and you ignored us. Instead, after Receiving those, you passed 606, which restricted the community reaction to objectionable school materials until after they had been approved, purchased, and placed in the hands of our children. Consider these 4 principles. This school is part of government. Open government is good. Secret government is bad. Public employees must openly conduct public duties done on the public's behalf. And our public schools are accountable to everyone residing in our school district, not just parents of currently enrolled students. School business is my business. School business is everyone's business. Presently, 6 of your 7 board seats are identified as progressive people based on your campaigns. But the singularity of opinion can blind you to the diversity of worldviews and beliefs that are not your own. Parents who do not share your progressive worldview, belief systems, and values fear that entrusting their children to you will result in imbuing them with your worldview, belief systems, very much in opposition to their own. When much of the community is told we have no voice whatsoever in the selection of our instruction materials, we wonder why. What is so important that it needs to be done in secret? Secrecy invites suspicion. Instead, you can choose to open up this process by selecting books and instruction materials by posting notices of upcoming advisory meetings, making an effort to hear from outside the bubble, and keeping public records of these meetings. You are a newly constituted board. Do what you are proud of being seen doing. No more secrecy. Do what you are proud of being seen doing. And listen. Listen to new and different perspectives. There is a non-progressive perspective in our community we don't feel listened to. You've received many letters about the upcoming appointment for school board. 12,000 voters have asked for Jessica Johnson to be their voice on the board. Take a big step tonight to unify our community, fill this board's 7th seat with a new voice, one with a different perspective. Appoint Jessica Johnson. Thank you for consideration.
Thank you. Our final speaker today is David A. I'm not going to even attempt the last name. I'm sorry, David, I will butcher it. Welcome, David.
Hi, everybody. Well, my name is David Oxtockelness, to
Okay.
get a little easier. I'm a community member. I've got 2 kids in the school district. I got a 7-year-old in 1st grade and a kindergartner. And like Mike McCarthy just said, I just want to be another voice to support Jessica Johnson, another voice in our community. I kind of met her this summer, and I watched her out in the community. I watched her in parades. I watched her get to know people and talk to people. And like Mike said, she's got a lot of support in the community from a different perspective. And when we moved here about 10 years ago, we read about how awesome Stillwater was as a school district. And that was part of my choice for moving to Stillwater. I just wouldn't want to see it shift away just by having a single perspective, like you said, 7 members on the board, or have kind of a noted progressive viewpoint. And I think it's important to try to have a wide variety of viewpoints and different opinions. And this secrecy thing that he brought up before, and that we've seen from the last meeting, that just to be honest, my wife said tonight, hey, that's kind of concerning, and I don't know much about it. And I don't know why they wouldn't want to have parents' input on curriculum and matters in the school, and it just feels kind of scary. And I hope we made the right choice. And I don't think that's maybe your intention to scare parents and things like that. I just want to ask for another consideration for Jessica Johnson and bring another perspective to the board, a little bit different than what we have right now, and maybe just be more inclusive that way.
Great. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Thank you. with public comment concluded, we will call this meeting to order. Joan, roll call.
Director Hockert.
Here.
Director Kelsenberg.
Here.
Director Petrie.
Here.
Director Porbeni.
Here.
Director Thelander.
Here.
Chair Sherman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Great. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'm going to make a motion to approve tonight's agenda. Can I get a second? Thank you. Dr. Porbeni makes a second. All those in favor of approving tonight's agenda, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Agenda passes. We will move on to the student report.
Okay, I can start us off. We have sports report. The Alpine and Nordic ski teams competed in the state meet up at Giants Ridge. The Alpine boys team finished third. Cash Jager was second, and Macy Newbauer was an individual medalist on the girls' side. The girls' Nordic team finished second, with Lily Ward earning a medal as an individual. Our boys' Nordic team finished eighth. The boys' swim and dive team finished second in the conference and competed in the JV conference tournament on Saturday. Our adapted floor hockey split a pair of games this week. They lost to the South Washington County, and yesterday they bounced back to defeat Shakopee. The section conference champion Pony Girls hockey season ended when they lost to Gentry in the Section 4 semifinals. Wrestling opens team state tournament against Apple Valley on Thursday. The individual state wrestling tournament will be Friday and Saturday. Girls basketball beat Park in their final game of the season. They are the seed and host Woodbury tomorrow night. Boys basketball beat Roseville last Friday and host Irondale tonight. And boys hockey lost a 1-0 OT game to Woodbury last Saturday, ended their season 13-10-3.
And I have the student report. The students were quite impressive in the student-teacher basketball game. Students prevailed 39-36 in a tightly contested game. Today was the first annual student-staff dodgeball game, and the students won as well. The student body as a whole is winding down from last week and are falling back into the typical school routine. On February 17th, SAHS hosted its annual Battle of the Bands with a great turnout from students and community members. SCUS took first place, Dravage second, and Bagel Hole third. As ACT prep and AP testing rolls around, many students have buckled down to study and prepare for their standardized tests. Overall, students are trying to keep up motivation as we progress through their second semester and are looking forward to potential dances and other school activities as well as spring sports as they near.
Great. Thank you. Any questions for our students? Great. We'll move on to our superintendent update.
Well, the first thing I have, I think, is February School Board Recognition Month for the state of Minnesota. So I have certificates. Sorry, students, I don't have them for you guys. For each of our board members, Katie. Thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you.
Chair Sherman, thank you.
Thank you.
You bet. Pete, I think I got your name right there. There
Yes,
you
you
go.
thank you.
Look at the pictures up here. I mean, that just looks just different.
Okay.
Update those.
I know, me too.
Very nice. Beth,
Dr. Funk?
congratulations.
Thank you.
You bet. Annie, here you go. Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
You bet. And Andrew, look at you, you've been on the board 2 months and you get one. Congratulations. You bet. So just thank you for all you do. Your job is often thankless. As I say, as a superintendent, you deal with two things near and dear to people's hearts, their children and their tax dollars. And so thank you for that and for all you do. Second, it is last week was school bus driver appreciation, and so I don't want to forget them. And so I just want to publicly thank our bus drivers. We have had a much better year with transportation, and we hope to continue to even get better and better as we move forward here. And finally, just real quick, I think one of the things that, as a school board, we have a lot going on. We don't necessarily talk a lot about, or often as we should, about some of our test data. So we had some of this released about a week or so ago from a couple weeks back from some test data. So just want to give the board and the community a snapshot of some of our our younger grade levels. As far as proficiency, our first graders are moving in the right direction. They've increased by about 6% on the most recent testing we've given. Grade 2 has moved from 71 to 74%. The thing I'd like to point out there is we had a number of students who were considered high risk. They were pretty low, so they're moving up considerably. And then grade 4 has moved from 57 to 63%. So these are some positive trends. We'd like to see these numbers get a lot higher, of course, but we are starting to see some growth within our students. And those are the most significant ones in K-5 that we've been looking at. And again, 86 of our students have moved from some are high risk to a higher level of proficiency.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, Ben.
Can you, I think a lot of the community are familiar with MCA scores. Can you explain what the difference is between MCA scores and FastBridge?
Caleb?
So as you said, MCA scores are administered in the spring for grades 3, 4, and 5 in math and reading. And so we use some internal assessments called FastBridge, which we are able to use 3 times a year at grades K through 5. And so it gives us more information than what an MCA provides. MCA is geared solely around the standards, and the FastBridge assessment, especially at kindergarten and first grade, looks at a number of different batteries. So it breaks down the specific skills within reading, whether it's decoding or letter sound fluency and so on. So it gives us more nuanced data around which to make decisions, to form intervention groups, to track progress. FastBridge also has tools embedded in it for progress monitoring students. So some students receive a progress monitor every week or every other week to track progress in reading.
And as I understand it, the one difference also between the two is that with the MCA, parents can opt their students out of that, but the FastBridge data measures all students. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say if a parent objects and opts out of testing of FastBridge, we honor that request as well. So that would be similar to an MCA. However, our participation rates in FastBridge are exceedingly high.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So, quick question here. So if parents opt out their kids, how does that not impact the overall results? Does it not skew the results one way or the other?
So with FastBridge, I'd have to look. I don't know that we
The
have had
MCAs.
any
Yes.
parents.
The MCAs.
With
Yes.
MCAs, it certainly does, especially there's different ways of looking at the data on the MCAs. There's one report called the North Star report,
Right.
which any parent that opts a student out, that student is counted as does not meet standard in our data.
So are we able to separate that? Because, I mean, it doesn't tell the true picture of what the results or the data really is. Are you able to separate students that opt out?
We do get a comprehensive data file from Department of Education that outlines individual student data, whether their score was a valid score, if it was valid and they don't have a score, why that might be. So we are able to look at that data and understand why various scores or ways of looking at the data. Even on the MDE report card, you can see that North Star report, which includes the tested out kids or the opt-out kids, as well as another way of looking at the data that takes that out of consideration. So you're able to look at the data from multiple perspectives, even on the public-facing website of MDE. But for accountability purposes, any student that doesn't take the test does count against us as it does not meet.
So in terms of presentation to the board and to the community, would you consider taking out, so when you receive the result, would you consider redesigning, not necessarily redesigning, but really looking at reviewing the result, kind of redrawing the graph where you take out students that didn't even participate, that have been counted as not meet, so that when you present to us and you present to the families, to our community, it's clear And so we know those that participated and those that didn't, because if you just bring the overall score, what we're saying is our proficiency rates are low based on the submissions. But if you separate, at least you can tell why that's the case.
I'd have to check the detail of the report, but I believe that was what we did. There was a separate North Star accountability report that we had included as part of our fall data report.
Okay.
But I can check into the detail, but we can certainly do that.
There's two pieces to that. So in my career in the last 15 years or so, I've started to see a significant shift in opt-outs at the secondary level. We don't see a lot of opt-outs with our elementary students, but at the high school level, it is really getting huge. And the reason is, and there's some legislative discussions that should be taking place around this. The reason is a lot of our students are preparing for the PSAT, the ACT, the SAT, and then, oh, we want you to take this MCA on top of it. Okay, well, what value is this MCA to me? I want to focus my time on getting ready for a test that's going to get me ahead. So we are seeing more and more families choose to opt out, and that's significantly impacting the scores at the older level.
And that's why I think that's very important, because when somebody else looks at the scores, what they see is the deficiencies that we have. And I think it's important for us to have that information out there, so when people look at the scores, they're also reading based on the information you're providing as to why that's the case. Parents really look at things like that, and those are things that might discourage people from actually coming out here, because the notion out there is our scores are not good enough. They always look at scores of the schools. Is it a 9 out of 10? Is it a 6 out of 10? And these right here might influence a lot of parents for not wanting to come out here because the scores are skewed. So I think it's important for us to have reports out there that counters what the Department of Education is providing, regardless of whether it's true or not, but we know it's skewed.
Thank you. I just want to say I appreciate Superintendent bringing this data to the community, and I feel like, as we talk about investing in curriculum, identifying gaps that exist in existing curriculum that need to be filled, and staffing and professional development, hopefully this is the beginning of starting to see some upward trajectory. And I know with your staff, I want to thank you and your staff. I mean, you're kind of together and whole and kind of just have been here for a little while now, not long, but a little while. But one thing I noticed, kindergarten and third grade aren't on the list. Are we seeing maybe a little less success on those, or, maybe just briefly, I guess?
I would have to dig into the data. I don't recall
and we can do that another time.
specifically.
I just figured people are going to ask that, and so, but, 86 kids moving out of a high risk is amazing news. For those 86 kids, that's great. So thank you, Superintendent Funk, for this update. This is fabulous, so, thank you.
He's still into the superintendent's report.
Yes, we're still in the. Done. You're done, okay. Okay, so I just wanted, in your folders to the board, I just wanted to spend a few minutes talking about our old goals, 2021 and 2022. We spent a little bit of time identifying what our goals are for 2023, but we have a vacant position and a new board member that we're onboarding, and so we're going to revisit those very soon. But you should all have this in your packet. If you don't, it's on the screen. But I just wanted to give, for our benefit, because sometimes you look at these and we revisit, but maybe we don't revisit them often enough, and also the community just may not be fully aware. But our goals were to obviously always increase student achievement for all students, secure long-term financial stability of the district, increase community trust and engagement, and how we will measure our progress. If you kind of go over for increased student achievement, and I want to really, again, thank the policy committee for leading a lot of this, but we did review and update the 600 series of policies, and that's really the board's most important role in helping staff be able to be ready to do the work that they need to do. So those were all updated within this time frame. Secure the long-term financial stability of the district. We did pass our referendum. We worked hard as a community and with staff and within the board to do that. We did revisit the CDT recommendations, which Dr. Funk has picked up nicely, and we're rolling along with that. So still in process, but we are definitely continuing that. And we did also update our Series 700 policy related to finance. So I just want to kind of, again, just acknowledge that we did accomplish the goals that we set out to do. And then also the increased trust and engagement. We had a very open process for hiring our new superintendent. We had a lot of community input and feedback along the way with surveys and speakers and conversations that we kind of had when we were out and about in the community. We also led to several updates in our 200 series policies, which is our own school board policies. So that was quite successful. And then we also did kind of, again, very transparently and with the community engaged and involved and with a lot of discussion and conversation and with the support of principals and other staff members, we completed boundary changes to kind of better distribute our students and fill our schools. So I just wanted to take a minute to review and then look forward to the fact that we're going to be picking this up again in the next few weeks and include Superintendent Funk in that process and our new board member and our appointed board member later tonight. So I just wanted to cover that. And then also I wanted to share with the community, we have a new form. I hear this out in the community a lot that where do we get our stories for our social media or whatnot? And you know, it's hard for a small communications group to be at every activity, at every concert, at everything great that our students are doing. And so now, whether you're a student, a parent, a grandparent, a staff member, there is a form on our website that you can go in and tell us the successes that our students and staff are having by going to our website. And if we don't get that going, you would go to the Departments tab and Communications. And it allows you to update photos, video, your contact information, and a little bit of a summary about the event. So it's all online now, and we hope to hear from our community and where we're not able to be. So wanted to cover that. And then also in conjunction with Superintendent Funk and staff and also community feedback that the board really listened to, we do have a form now under the Get Involved tab on our website. And it is a form that allows you to online apply for some of our advisory committees. So those are groups that our community can join and be a part of and try to have their voice heard through work that is ongoing. So again, it's the Get Involved tab, and you could go to, and it's just, there's a number of different committees that the community can check in on and submit information for. So I just want to cover that as well. And then I would be remiss if I didn't mention this today with our ponies and alum and stories, but did you guys all hear Jessie Diggins? I mean, gold medal, first U.S. person to win an individual medal in cross-country skiing. So I just want to celebrate Jessie's success, a former pony and a pony alum. So that's all I have tonight. All right, we will move on to the consent agenda. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda. Can I get a second? Director Petrie. The consent agenda is on the screen. And all those in favor of approving tonight's consent agenda, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. All right, we're going to move on to reports now. And our first report is going to be hearing from Ideal Energies, a proposal on solar panels. And I will go ahead and turn that over to, I don't know, Superintendent or Mark, Mark? Okay. Mr. Drummerhausen.
Good evening, Chair Sherman, members of the board. Tonight, we have representatives from Ideal Energies here to discuss possibly putting solar arrays on Stillwater High School and Brookview Elementary School. We have Rich and Chris, do you just want to introduce yourselves real quick?
Yeah, Rich Ragetz from Ideal Energies.
And I'm Chris Sihos from Ideal Energies as well.
Perfect. So just kind of give a little backstory. Over the past year or so, we've partnered with a community group called Sustainable Stillwater to look at ways with our buildings and ways that we could be more sustainable, looking at that group. And one of them was to look at solar panels or solar arrays on top of our buildings. So over the discussion, over the past year or so, we did a building assessment of all of our buildings here in the district, mainly looking at square footage of the roof, as well as age of the roof in terms of what could maintain, and also the buildings that could support that additional weight that solar panels or solar arrays would provide. So in kind of doing that assessment and working with Sustainable Stillwater, we kind of landed on Brookview Elementary and the high school having newer roofs and exploring the possibility to have solar panels on those roofs. Then as we identified those, our partnership took us to look and seek out proposals from different companies to see if there's anybody that would be interested in partnering with us or bring a proposal forward here for those solar arrays. And then we ended up with Ideal Energies here that provided a proposal to us. We met with them a few times, and now here they're here to present that proposal to you. And then once they're done, we're here to open up for questions or comments that you have. And then if we want to move forward with that, we'd look at approval at the next board meeting, March 28th. So this is kind of a report. And then if you want to move forward, we'd have action here at the end of March. So Rich and Chris, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Be in charge of your own clicking.
Okay.
To the right.
Oh.
Yeah, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mark. I really appreciate that. It's great to be here. Really appreciate this. We've been around since 2010. And we're vertically integrated. We have everything to get these projects done in-house, from master electricians to installation crews to structural engineers and all kinds of people to help put this together. Since we started in 2010, we've done about 160 school projects, and in total, we've done about 550 total rooftop projects in the state of Minnesota since 2010. Here's just an example of a project that we did with Osseo School District, just to show you what we have here. This is a self-ballasted system that just sits on top of the roof membrane, so there's no punctures. We have slip sheets underneath that protect the membrane, and there's no moving parts to it. It'll be directly south-facing and a 10-degree pitch, and that's what we're looking at for both the high school and the Brookview Elementary also. Here's kind of a sample list of a bunch of our school customers. I think we're up to 36 different public district schools and 160 projects to name, and there's a list of some of them. Here's what we're looking at doing at the high school. This project would be 1.44 megawatts and cover a lot of the rooftops there, and these are all on the new roof sections out there. That's the high school. And then the middle school, we're looking at 434 kilowatts on that one because it's a smaller building and they have less consumption. And kind of how we put these together, day one, the district owns the array. They have fee title ownership. There's no upfront cost to this. You're going to, on each of these two projects, you're going to get a 29% discount on the high school and a 20% discount on the current electrical expense at those two locations. The high school is 29% because you have a more advantageous rate plan that drives up the savings on that building. And after 20 years, you have free energy, and during the 20-year payback, we take care of the maintenance that would come up, and you have a 25-year warranty with the equipment that we have here. A little hard to see the numbers here, but basically this is showing you over a 40-year period that just on the high school alone, you'd save over $12 million worth of energy. And year one, I think we're looking at a $70,000 or $80,000 savings that you would realize for just the high school. Here's the Brookview Middle School that we're talking about, and that's lower savings because it's a smaller array, but still significant savings for the district. And then we rolled this up to kind of show you if you did these two projects, what that would do. You're looking at about what is it, $16 million worth of savings over the life of the solar arrays. And then we also have these up to the 3 current learning standards. We kind of target the 4th through 6th grade for the solar exploration modules. And then we also have a high school solar pathways program, and they're up to the 3 current learning standards. Here's another thing that we provide. This is a web-based portal. You could have it on a screen in your lobby or on your website, or kids could access it from their computers, and it shows you production day, monthly, daily, weekly, annually. Also has a little feel-good stuff, how many trees were saved as a result of doing the solar, and how much CO2 was not released due to the solar, and some other stuff that we could incorporate. And then here's a timeline that we're just talking about that we presented to the Finance and Operations Committee. We're here tonight to talk with you guys, and then we hope to be able to move forward and get some projects done later on this year. And that's basically it. We're here for questions or comments.
Great. I'll open it up to questions, or if Superintendent Funk has any comments or anything, but if there are questions.
I think a question I often hear is, what if it snows? What's it do to the panels?
So the solar panels sit there and they just hold the snow. The snow eventually will shed off of the panels when corners of them are exposed to the sun, and then the sun eventually works its way off. When you do solar in Minnesota and you put it on a roof, you anticipate that there's going to be snow on top of it, and then you minimize the amount of energy that you expect to be produced from the solar arrays based upon that. So sometimes in winter months, this winter has been a mess. January has been pretty much covered with snow, so the solar panels haven't produced. That's like about 2% of the energy you expect over the course of a year. On an average year, that doesn't happen. So we're looking at 10-year energy production data, and we're taking into account all the snow and shedding, and you don't do anything. You just let them sit there, and there's no cleaning of them at all. We just let the sun take care of that.
So your financial estimates are based upon
Yes.
10 years of data, including snow?
They are, and they're based upon data points from 500 solar arrays we have in the state of Minnesota, knowing what kind of energy they produce. And we make sure that when we're making all these assumptions, that every single time we're rounding up to the benefit of the district so that everything normalizes in a way that's absolutely positive. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
One thing I like about this project is, I mean, it really did come to us from the community as a priority. Our students and our community members have been talking to our district about this for a long time. I saw that you were going to raise your hand. Do you have a question? Okay.
Triggered a question for me. Just thinking about, first of all, how long do these panels last? What is their lifespan? And then also, do they get damaged? He's saying snow, I'm thinking hail. What is the likelihood that we'd have to replace?
So the solar panels have a warranty of 25 years. Solar panels are now coming out with 40-year warranties. And that's because panels last 40 years. So all the parts are starting to catch up with that. And then the second question was about hail.
Yeah.
And so solar panels are designed to deal with hail. What's the standard that are leveraged? And then I'll give you a metric of how many panels we've had damaged by hail after.
Yeah, typically it's an inch and a quarter of hail at about 52 miles an hour is what they're engineered for. And typically you don't have storms that are coming from the south to the north and directly hitting them. They're usually coming from the side, and so you don't get direct hits anyways. We haven't had many panels damaged in our portfolio as a result.
The only project we ever had any issues with mechanically from the weather was a project which we did at a Murphy warehouse in Minneapolis. And that was, if you recall, about 10 years ago, there was a tornado that went through and turned over rail cars. The solar array stayed put based upon the engineering, but the ballast kind of destroyed the solar array and everything else. And then it was replaced under insurance. So if something does happen, this is insured and it gets, ultimately paid back under insurance if there are issues.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Yes, Director Petrie.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. I think that the idea of going to solar to provide some of our some of our power is a really good idea, whether we get payback or not. But I guess my question is, I mean, you're talking about 40-year span here. Isn't the technology going to move forward in that time, and then are we going to have to replace it much sooner than 40 years anyway, just to sort of get that benefit, a greater benefit?
Understood. So the solar panels kind of operate based upon them being made out of silica, which is now, there's no beta and VHS, there's just silica. And they all have production that maximizes at around 21, 22%, and that's what these panels are. So there's not a lot of climb that's going to happen from technology getting better and getting new energy out of stuff. That'll come someday when they develop different types of technology and substrates, which isn't commercially available yet. So that's kind of that spin. And then what was the other part here? I forgot the second part of the question. I apologize.
No, that was pretty much the question. Thank you.
And then, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Dr. Porbeni?
Thank you. Just to add to what she just asked, so the panels will last for 40 years, right? What happens after that?
At that point in time, I imagine that they would be taken down and replaced, in principle. The panels are paid for ultimately over that period of time, and then there's the substantial benefits associated with them. So when you put a solar project on, you want to put it on and pay for it, and then get all the economic benefits having something that's bought and paid for. So when you talk about putting solar on, you talk about putting it on its size for your building and your consumption and for the opportunity, and it's kind of rightly sized. And it doesn't make economic sense to take down the investment and then kind of lose your economic benefit and then replace it and then pay for the replacement product. You just ride it out. So that's how solar is modeled and anticipated everywhere. It's basically put in place and you let it ride out under its useful life and then just recognize all the energy produced from it, and then you don't have to pay for that energy and you have economic savings from it.
And just to add to that, there's no hazardous materials in the panels. If you were to get rid of them after the 40 years, they're considered electronic waste, so they're pretty easy, and there'll be recyclers out there that'll probably take them off your hands just for the recycling of the materials.
Yeah. And that's what the market is doing. So there's this recycling and reuse market that's developing in solar. So just because solar panels don't necessarily have value to you at some point, they get used and leveraged by other people. So there's this kind of, we don't have a use for it anymore. We want to replace our system. You either give it to people, sell it to them, and if there's no disposal options, then you would ultimately dispose of the system. But when you look at all the national information, there's substantial markets being developed about repurposing solar panels when they're beyond somebody else's perceived useful life.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Well, I was just going to ask, because this came up in Finance and Ops, and I brought it up with Dr. Funk, but we have solar panels on our ECFE building. I mentioned that in our Finance and Ops meeting. And it does not seem like we have experienced the savings that we were supposed to from those solar panels. So in adopting more panels, I guess, I want to be certain that we actually, see the savings and that it's an investment worth making, because I really don't understand exactly what happened on the ECFE project. And I know you mentioned there might have been like a Minnesota, I know you were talking about a Minnesota program. How are those solar panels different? Again, I think someone brought up the technology changing. I just really want to understand why we didn't experience the savings we were projected to on that.
Can I ask you what year you installed that project, if I'm remembering?
2013.
Okay, 2013. So when those projects were installed, they were installed under programs in the state of Minnesota, most likely something called the Made in Minnesota program or the Solar Rewards program. And at that point in time, what the state was doing is they created incentives for people to use products that were manufactured in the state of Minnesota, and they were trying to create a manufacturing market here. What they did is the state, by kind of picking the vendors of the products, they picked vendors that made bad products. So many of those vendors went out of business, and all the representations they made about their products didn't live up. One of them was called 10K. They went out of business. They had representations and the amount of energy that you would get from a solar array that overstated what it actually produced by 50% because they thought their technology was novel, but they were wrong. That could have been it. Okay. The second one, there was a manufacturer that was called Silicon Energy, and they had panels that shattered. And when that happened, they didn't produce energy. So what's different now is that we don't use products manufactured in Minnesota. We use the best products manufactured in the world.
Okay.
And they're all staple products. We use essentially two different products that are used in here. We use something called Jinko solar panels. They're the #1 rated rooftop panel in the world. They're the most financially viable company in the world. And then we use a company called SolarEdge, which is the nation's and world's leading inverter manufacturer. It's designed to work with rooftop systems that have things called optimizers that help panels produce energy when they're partially shaded and when the next panel's not producing, and all sorts of cool things that lets that sun shading, the sun hitting it, lets the corners kind of drain because of all that. Okay. So this is very different technology and stuff.
Okay.
To answer your question a little bit further about the savings that you see on the screen, a part of our vetting process before we even met with them was to talk to other districts around the metro that have done similar projects in years past. And as we vetted that and asked a bunch of questions, one of them was around do you see the savings that are similar to what's represented here?
Right.
And the districts that we talked to said, yes, our savings are very similar to the prices that they've seen. So we went through and talked to other people who have been in a similar process that we are.
Okay.
And again, it's normalized around 500 projects now. 2013, there were no projects in Minnesota. Nobody had any idea what was going on, and there were a lot of representations that were made back then that just were probably premature.
Do we have any, yeah, I mean, I guess, and this is talking about the ECFE building, but I guess if there was a way to kind of bring that into this process, or should we be looking at that? Do we have warranties on those 2013 panels? Obviously, nothing that we can be answered tonight, but I still personally would love to explore that project. And I think it's important to understand that project before we go into new projects. I just want, and your explanation makes perfect sense and gives me and staff some more time to, look into things. I'm wary of technology expiring and then we're left with panels like we have now on the ECFE building that aren't materializing the savings that we thought they would. So, yes.
So I have a two-part question, I guess. So it sounds as though we explored retrofitting the buildings that we have, and two of them are part of this project. So I guess I'm wondering, number one, why aren't we doing other buildings? And number two, are these buildings, probably Brookview has a roof that would last 40 years. Does the high school also have a roof that would last 40
The
years?
majority of it's over the pack at the high school. So yes, Brookview, being new, that's why we did the newer roofs. So some of our other buildings we didn't, doesn't mean we can't in the future, but the life expectancy of some of them may be in the next 5, 10, 15 years, and we didn't want to put it on in 5 years, have to redo the roof, take it off, do the roof, and then put it back on. So that's why these two were selected mainly, is because they're newer roofs. And there's different sections of the high school, so the pack area and the back area, the kind of the bus loading area that we had with the 2015 bond, have the part of the roofs, and then there's other parts of the high school that are newer parts and some that aren't. So that's why we specifically went on the newer roofs of the high school to maximize the time we have before we have to replace those rooftops.
And, we've had some questions on, is it going to work, not going to work? I would say, let's go slow to go fast here. Let's get them on the roofs. Let's see, okay, the energy savings is there. All right, once we know what we're getting here, then we can look at expanding it and tying it in from a long-term facilities angle with one of the new roofs going on buildings. And when the new roofs go on, we can put the panels on. So I think that's the best way to move forward with it.
That's how we work with other districts too, where we've done projects. We work strategically to find the right places, and then we work together to execute when the timing's right.
Okay. Yes, Director Thielander.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions regarding some of the annual energy expense savings summary. You mentioned free energy after 20 years. And then in year 21, those insurance maintenance expenses fees jump up to about $26,000. So we own it all right, get full, we're no longer paying the energy payment to Ideal. So then now we're incurring the maintenance costs, correct? Is that what the increase is?
Yes.
And then obviously, I don't want the school district to be in the business of maintaining that.
Right.
That's obviously something we could outsource and
Yeah.
continue to utilize your services.
Yeah, we want to turn over the system as quickly as we can, and then you would just hire us to perform a service for you and then reap all the benefits from it. So we're not trying to hold on to anything. We want to deliver good things for the district on purpose, yeah.
And if I, thank you. And thank you for the presentation, both of you. And so just also to clarify, with the electricity generated on the school roofs, that doesn't actually power the plugs in the actual school. It goes back to the, to the power grid. Is that correct?
So what's going on here is that, I saved this slide for last in case it came up, and if it comes up, it's always awesome to have. That sounds right. So what you're doing is you're putting solar on top of your building, and that's the one. And then the two is these things called inverters that I mentioned. Those take the DC power, they convert it to AC power. And then the power from that is connected directly into your building, and it's connected on the building side of the electric meter. So this energy goes directly into your building and powers the building. And then the energy that you need in addition to that comes from the grid. So it's a primary source of energy that's used first before the grid is available. So when you have that energy from the roof, you don't have to buy it from the utility. And that intrinsically is a savings because the amount that's being paid for the energy from the roofs is substantially less than the utility rates.
And because I sat in the Finance and Ops Committee meeting when we had the initial presentations, so it's great to hear again. But, and obviously any excess or energies that we're not able to utilize because we don't have the rooftops.
Yeah.
You mentioned about community solar gardens, how that can be further leveraged as well.
Yeah.
Can you explain how that works to the
Yeah,
community?
so the meeting and the meter number 3, that's a solar meter that counts the energy from the solar array. The meter number 5 is the building meter. So what happens with that building meter, they take the meter out. When we start up the solar array, the utility comes, they take out the meter, they put a new one in. That allows electricity to go from the grid and back to the grid, and it counts it all. So any energy you send back, like an electron, you're going to get credit for it on your bill. It's going to say you have an electron. Next time you get a bill, you're not going to have to pay for that electron because they're going to give you a credit for it, or actually a kilowatt hour. But that's kind of the metric there.
Okay, perfect. And then the community solar gardens?
Yeah, and then the idea here is that, these don't displace all of your energy. They displace a portion of it. And so when you put an on-site solar on, you get really substantial economic benefits, and all the energy that you can't do on-site projects with, it makes all the sense in the world to subscribe all that excess energy to a solar garden if one is available for you to subscribe to. But this is like the first thing you do, and then you do all you can with the remainder.
Awesome.
It's kind of how it works.
Director Hawker?
Actually, my question was just answered. So thank you for the lovely
Oh,
graphic.
great.
That was really helpful.
Director Petrie?
This would be a question for administration. So as we go forward, if we are going to be building new buildings, do you have thoughts about how we might address solar for new buildings going forward?
Yeah, this is something that Dr. Funk talked about here, is kind of going slow to go fast. So start here, see how it works, and then as new buildings are built or new roofs are put on, then we look to add that depending on how this project works out.
I guess my question was, is there any advantage to us owning it ourselves, as opposed to going through a third party?
That's something we can explore when we build new buildings.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You do own it yourself. Just so you know, you do own the solar array day one. So what's unique about us is that we give the solar array to the customer, they own it, we pay for it, and then we collect payments over time to get paid back, so to speak. So there's no levying, there's no taxpayer dollars, all you get is economic benefit by doing it this way.
Okay,
But
thank you.
the part about the future buildings, one of the functions that we do a lot is we have a lot of people that, engineers and designers. So we work a lot with architects, like Wold Architects and all the architects that work with schools. As an example, like, White Bear Lake schools. They're like, Chris, we're working with, Wold Architects. We're looking at some new schools. We got a big referendum. We'd like to design those so that we accommodate solar and we can get those into our buildings. So we work progressively with, Wold when they're doing their designs to make sure that they're doing the things that are necessary to make solar work. Where's the roof? Where are the things laid out on the roofs? What kind of roof membrane do you use? Where's the electrical equipment? Where does it go? All these types of different things, what type of decking should I use, and all the different physical constraints to make sure that when you put your building up, that it can do whatever you would like. That's the steps that we usually work with schools to help make sure their buildings are teed up so they can do what they would like with them in the future and not be restricted from doing anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Director Thielander?
Yeah, I think an important part of this too is that there's no capital investment that's required on the school, which is huge. That would be a substantial investment.
Yes.
On our own, which is a big deal. And then we just essentially pay that back over time through the energy that's generated, which is great. And obviously, reducing carbon footprint, all these ways that we can, reduce costs. With inflation, there's not a lot of ways to reduce costs. If we can, that's a big deal that can hopefully invest right back into the classroom that most benefits our students. And talking about the students, from the educational standpoint, this new technology and jobs and career pathways, and can you share some
That's the
background on that?
second half of what excites us about doing what we do as kids. We have kids too, so one of the things we kind of made integral to our program is we built a curriculum around teaching kids. It was built on Joe Goddard, who was over at Burnsville at the time. He created something called the Pathways Program, which was about finding career opportunities and pathways for kids that are, both destined for college or not. So we took that and we thought that was a phenomenal idea. So we work with professional educators to build curriculums that follow standards that we give to all of our school customers. We want to talk to your teachers. We want to do what we can do to help provide materials so they can educate kids. And we kind of focused on 2 different areas based upon the standards. We focused on a 5th grade standard. So we're, introducing kids to renewable energy and all these types of things to try to get them excited about it and get some institutional knowledge. And then the senior class is meant specifically to create career pathways for kids. So it shows people, all the kids about, what goes on in solar. Well, we touch almost every discipline you can imagine. We touch finance, engineering, material science, every single thing, and construction trades and project management and all these different things. And the goal of us was to provide a curriculum that sets off little sparks in people's heads, like, that's what I'm interested in. And kids don't see that. They don't know what that means until they get something put in front of them. And our goal was to, provide, experiences for kids to see what a master electrician does, to see what a structural engineer does, and do all these things. And that's what our curriculum is. It brings these vocations to kids so they can be excited and learn. And there's a lot of things that are going to be happening in the renewable energy industry here. And, having some smart, wonderful kids to help make that happen is really important. And so that's what really excited us as well about what we're doing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. We don't do this without giving education materials. That's right. There you go. So that's how we feel about it, but yeah.
Great. Are there any other questions?
No.
Okay. Well, and feel free, this is just a report. If you have questions that come up when you're kind of thinking about it later in the next few days, send them to Superintendent Funk and Director Drummerhausen. Thank you so much for coming in. This is really valuable information.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Our next report this evening is a program evaluation, Amigos Unidos Dual Immersion Spanish program.
Good evening, Chair Sherman, directors of the board, and Dr. Funk. Tonight we are going to share a program evaluation of Amigos Unidos, where we will be providing the background, the current reality, and the opportunities to expand or grow our program.
About 7 years ago, the district embarked on a new adventure in Spanish immersion, creating the Amigos Unidos program at Lake Elmo. And they began with a simple vision to empower students to become successful bilingual, bicultural, and biliterate citizens through a research-based, comprehensive pre-K-12 Spanish language immersion program. We are now preparing to move our current fifth graders on to a middle school experience. So we've had 6 years of building the program, and we're here tonight to share a report.
So our program history, we are a dual language immersion program. Our first cohort was 2017 to 18 with kindergarten, and each year we added another grade level. We have rounded that out in this present school year. So we have K through 5 at Lake Elmo, and moving next year to grade 6 at Oakland. The target audience, oops.
Sorry, too early.
Sorry. The target audience is 30 to 50% of our enrolled students would be heritage speakers. And just a little bit of background on what a heritage speaker is. They are students who have been raised in Spanish-speaking homes and have learned the language from their family. And at least one member of the household speaks Spanish. And that differs from a native speaker where they're speaking the primary language and it's the same as the country that they live in. So that's just a little bit of difference between heritage speakers. And then 50 to 70% are English speakers.
When the program began, they identified some initial goals, and so this will form the basis for the report and how we evaluated the program. So the first goal was to achieve high levels of academic achievement in all subjects. Second, to attain high levels of dual language literacy and proficiency in both Spanish and English. Third, to cultivate an understanding and an appreciation of other cultures, developing positive attitudes towards fellow students, their families, and community. Fourth, to develop positive cross-cultural attitudes and behaviors. And fifth, to achieve the seal of biliteracy, which can be offered at I think we're going to be testing at 8th grade. Students can test at high school as well, even through AP courses. But for us with Amigos Unidos, the idea is bilingual seal shows a proficiency level in Spanish that also translates at the college level to course credit that is awarded through that experience.
So bilingual education, this umbrella and visual, shows the different models that are out there. We are the one in the right-hand corner, the two populations in two languages. Two-way dual language is our form of bilingual education. And then to the right, that visual of what that means. In K1, 90% of our instruction is in Spanish and 10% in English. In grade 2, it changes 80-20, grade 3, 70-30. And then once we get to grades 4 and 5, it's a 50-50 split between Spanish and English. In grades 6 through 8, students will have 1 or 2 content classes, language arts and social studies in Spanish, and then pony time as well.
When we look at Spanish immersion or language immersion programs across the state of Minnesota, there's a number of different models that are used. Predominantly, the most familiar model is the one-way immersion, which is about 61% of immersion programs. Our program is the dual language immersion, so we fit into that 25% category. Additionally, you may find some programs that are identified as developmental bilingual. This is a program that is designed to support English learners, EL students, access English and transition into full immersion in English. And the last category is indigenous or focusing on Native American languages. That's about 4%.
Some things to know about the program. We're still in a growth phase. It's still a young program. Our achievement data, based on the slide that Caleb just shared, you can see that there are so many different models, so you can't compare different immersion programs. The data, it's not apples to apples. Internal data is limited by our small cell sizes, and then the trend data is limited as well. Our current 5th graders were the very first cohort, so we don't have 5th grade MCA data. And then obviously we had the impact of COVID, and there's some gaps in our testing data. Some of our outside influences, we definitely have space limitations at Lake Elmo, so that limits our potential for the program to grow. We do have a wait list annually. The pandemic threw a wrench into things. Obviously, it's hard to teach language and on a computer, and also then when you're wearing a mask, and then, you know, it's hard enough to learn letter sounds and things, and then learning it language that way is difficult. And then just the program development and growing pains that go along with that each year they were developing new curriculum, and the professional development needs are different for our Amigos Unidos teachers compared to our regular ed teachers, and a lack probably of awareness of what they even did need, and you know, looking at that as we move forward as an area to improve upon.
Another factor that impacts our program is our potential to grow. So here you see the trends of enrollment since the beginning of the program, and you see the makeup. So Predominantly, students who live within the Lake Elmo attendance area make up the student body in the Amigos Unidos program. There's a few reasons for that. I would say primarily, previously there had been part of the selection process. Living in that attendance boundary was a priority to access transportation and identifying pockets of students that lived in that area. Additionally, in the red, you see all of the alt-enrolled students. So these are families that live in the attendance boundaries of other elementary schools that have chosen to go to Amigos Unidos. And then we do have some students who are open enroll. So they come to us from other districts. And it's important to note that we do have a wait list every year. The kids who are from outside of the district enrolled this year in 22-23 are siblings. So we do provide a sibling preference for students who are in the program so that their siblings can maintain a culture of learning within the school, so to support the home environment as well. You'll see the waitlist numbers for the last 3 years. In 21-22, there were about 23 students on the waitlist. Last year, 38 students on the waitlist. And next year, we are looking at 36, although I believe we just got a few new applicants. So that number continues to rise. As we look backwards, one of the questions that we wanted to know was those students who were on the waitlist, where did they go? And so this includes students who live within the district who now have chosen to attend a different district. It also includes students who were looking to come to us from another district who ultimately did not. So last year there were about 15 students who are not part of the district who had expressed interest, and for this year, 16. So with a wait list of 36 and growing, I'll be curious to see where that number comes in as well. As I mentioned, we're limited to the space that's available at Lake Elmo Elementary, which is 2 sections per grade level, and we do cap, although there's 51 this year, we do cap at 25 students, which is high for kindergarten grade size. Less high, right? It's small for 5th grade and 6th grade, but high for kindergarten. So that is one of the trade-offs within the program that we make as well. So as we engage in this program evaluation, projected here are the key research questions that we asked and that we're presenting on. Some have already covered, others will come up later in the presentation. But to what extent does the program address the identified goals that I had shared earlier? Did the program produce or contribute to the intended outcomes in the short, medium, and long term? For whom and in what ways and in what circumstances were those intended outcomes met? What unintended outcomes, positive and negative, were produced? What was the influence of other factors on program outcomes? Are participants being reached as intended? For what individuals or groups is the program most effective? How satisfied are program participants, being families, students, and staff? How is the programming functioning from an organizational perspective? And lastly, what is the relationship between the costs and the effects of the program?
So here were some of our key findings. Overall, the student achievement for our Amigos Unidos students surpasses district comparables in MCA math and reading in grades 3 through 5. We do have strong program satisfaction among families and staff, and since the program began, we see continued interest based on our wait list numbers.
We'll get into the exciting academic data, but before we do that, we have some demographic data to share with you.
So this is enrollment data. Again, you can see each year we added the grade level, and when you move to the far right, it shows the number of students in K1, 2, 3, 4, 5 going up the bar graph. The one thing to notice, there's a little fluctuation in the numbers. The people that are in the program typically stay in the program. There is sometimes an additional, some add-ons that people that come into the program after that kindergarten time. So, but typically the numbers are pretty stable throughout.
As we dig deeper into the student demographics, we wanted to compare what does the population in the Amigos Unidos program look like compared to the rest of the district. So you can see here that our percent of students participating in the National School Lunch Program is a little bit under that of the district, 20 to 23%. Percent of special education students is lower than the district as well, at 10 to 15. And as would be expected, our percent of students who are identified as English learners is substantially higher than the district. About 14% of students in Amigos Unidos are identified as EL, compared to 4% across the district.
This is our enrollment by race or ethnicity. Obviously, 68% of our students are white and 26% are Hispanic or Latino in our current data.
Here we see a grade breakdown. So you'll see our Hispanic or Latino students by grade, with the exception of a couple grades, grade 1 and grade 3. Most of the grade levels are in the high 20%, 31 at 5th grade. And I'll note that approximately 40% of our incoming kindergarten class next year are heritage speakers. And that's self-identified through the process, whereas the numbers that you see on the left are part of the MARS report, or the data that we submit to MDE.
This is district-wide comparison of our Hispanic or Latino student population in comparison to Amigos Unidos. So 20% of our Hispanic or Latino students K through 5 district-wide attend Amigos Unidos. And so the top numbers, the 14, 11, and moving over in the red, are the ones that are in the program, and the bottom numbers are the ones that are in the district. So this just shows that we do have more students to attract within our own district.
Let's dig into the academic data. So we mentioned earlier we don't have 5th grade MCA scores. Our 5th graders will be taking that this spring. However, we do have MCA data from last year, both for our current 4th graders and current 5th graders. So we're taking a look here at our MCA reading score first. And so this is the local data, the Amigos Unidos, as well as the district, that represents third and our current 4th and 5th graders, or last year 3rd and 4th, because we wanted to provide a comparison to the Amigos Unidos group. So this does not include the 5th grade data from last year. Whereas the state data, we're not able to parse that out as easily. So I would just highlight here, you can see it quite evidently, but our Amigos Unidos students, both those who are Hispanic or Latino, as well as those who are not, are outperforming their district peers. And if you look at that first column, that Hispanic or Latino students in the Amigos Unidos program are outperforming all students across the district in reading, in English reading. The next data to look at would be the A reading score. This is the FastBridge data that I had referenced earlier. Again, you'll see some similar trends that our students who are not Hispanic or Latino outperform their district-wide peers. You see that on that top row. You'll also notice, if you look left to right, that every single test period we see an increase. So from spring 21 to fall 21, spring 22 to fall 22, we've seen a consistent and significant increase in performance. Similarly, with our Hispanic or Latino students, our first 2 data points there are a little bit below the district-wide peers. However, through the next 2 data periods, they outperform district-wide peers as well.
Access scores are It's on a 6-point scale, and it identifies the level of proficiency in English for our EL students. And so you can see our Amigos Unidos EL students have an average score of 3.07? Now my eyes are, yeah, 3.07. Thank you. And then all of our Hispanic students within the district have an average score of 2.84, and then the state is 2.91. So pretty consistent data and performance there.
Shifting gears to look at math, same comments I made about the reading score and the student populations. Again, you see our Amigos Unidos students are outperforming district and state averages quite significantly. I will mention we did pull for these data, we did pull the EL students out to make sure that we're representing student to student as much as possible. We don't have enough students within our EL population to present that data publicly. We want to make sure that students are able to remain anonymous behind that data as well. Same kind of story that we see with A-Math. Our Amigos Unidos students who are not Hispanic or Latino outperform their district peers. And in the fall of '22, that was true for our Amigos Unidos Hispanic or Latino students as well, outperforming their district-wide peers. And really close on that fall of '21 data point.
Now, this information is talking about our surveys, and this first one deals with our family satisfaction survey, which we had about 94 respondents. This is what the families ranked as the most important outcomes of immersion, which is kind of interesting. Number one is proficiency in English, and we all kind of go, that's an interesting one. Second is high levels of academic achievement in all subject areas. 3, understanding and appreciation of other cultures. 4, proficiency in Spanish. And then 5, positive cross-cultural attitudes and behaviors. And you can see the 2 comments that they're very strongly agree about learning the cultures in traditions different from their own, and then connecting and making friendships with students from different backgrounds. So overall, our family's satisfaction rate is 4.7.
We also asked our parents about, or our families about the perception of how the children are performing in the core academic areas. I would say for the most part, parents and guardians are feeling their students are performing above average or average in most areas. The one to highlight specifically would be reading in English and reading in Spanish. Probably comes as no surprise as they think about it's a Spanish immersion program. Families are looking for their students to grow a level of proficiency in Spanish, and they're not there yet. They're continuing to grow in that area. And similarly, as we identified, proficiency in English is a priority within our program as part of our program model, which we'll get into. We transition to from a 90% in Spanish in kindergarten and first grade, and we get to more of a 50-50 by the time kids are at third grade. And so there is an intense focus on Spanish at the early grade levels as then students then develop their English skills later into the program. I will note, however, that even though our perception is there, I would point back to our scores on the MCA and on the A reading to show that our kids are performing at high levels in English assessments, especially when we look at third, fourth, and fifth grade students. We also heard some narrative from families, components that they especially like. They enjoy that seeing their students learning another language, bringing that back into the home. They appreciate the staff in the Amigos Unidos program. They really appreciate the community that is created within that program. They also appreciate the cultural diversity that they are exposed to, both staff who are heritage Spanish speakers themselves, as well as extensive community. They, 99% said they are likely or very likely to recommend the program to a friend or to a family member. They do have some current concerns, or they see opportunities. Transportation, we've talked about that in the past. Also just an uncertainty about the future of the program and what that might look like, especially as their students are getting older and moving into middle school. Looking for increased support of the program, looking for district level or additional school level administration, cultural liaisons, additional supports in special education and intervention, as well as just resources for the program.
The feedback from the staff is very similar. They like the family support and the community within the program, the staff experience and passion, and the program and curriculum. Their concerns or areas of opportunity are transportation for all, K-8. They want to look at program development, looking at vertical alignment by literacy mapping and the scope and sequence used. Now that we've gone through the grade levels. Increased support for program and funding, again, the same as the families. The one thing that they wanted to note too is that equitable hiring practices and contract, it's difficult to find immersion teachers and bilingual educators, and really making a concerted effort to do that. All right, what does it cost? So here are the current costs. Above and beyond, we have 2 FTE teachers that cost out at $260,000 because we would still have sections at Lake Elmo, so this is an addition. We have 1 immersion para, an Amity intern. Sometimes we get up to 2 of those, so that can range from $0 to $5,000. And then curriculum and materials, $10,000. We have spent approximately $35,000 each year of the program for curriculum, materials, and program development. And that is different above and beyond what would be typical in a normal 4th grade classroom. So those are our annual and one-time costs.
So we look at opportunities. This first slide is opportunities to enhance the program. So taking what we have right now and making some improvements. So one of the first things we would look at would be clarifying some of the language and content that's allocated within the program. Specifically looking to increase the English literacy development in grades K and 1. I mentioned that we have a 90-10 model, so 90% of the instruction is in Spanish, 10% is in English, and that tends to be provided from the specialists, so art, music, Phi-Ed, media. We'd be looking to, we see an opportunity to increase the level of English, explicit English instruction, especially at K1, moving that to 20%. We'd also, as part of that process, want to articulate the grade level literacy outcomes in both Spanish and English, providing a scope and sequence to what that might look like. We'd also want to, or we see an opportunity to incorporate more EL supports through a co-teaching model, starting at grades K and 1 as well. And also hiring a bilingual specialist as positions become made available, to hire specialists who have who are bilingual in Spanish. So that would include media, Phi-Ed, music, and so on. We also see opportunity to additions to the program, not just enhancements. That would be a bilingual program administrator, like a principal or an AP or that kind of role. Also additional professional development focused on Spanish immersion, curriculum materials, as well as immersion advocacy. We also see an opportunity to increase capacity within our human resources to recruit and retrain bicultural, bilingual, and licensed educators across the district, and specifically in the programs.
One thing I just want to point out with that first one with that 80-20 model, that 10% of that would be during the ELA block, besides that special areas. Okay. And then opportunities to grow the program. We would like to see the expansion of the immersion program through the middle school through 8th grade. That total cost is $335,000. Provide transportation for all students at both Lake Elmo and Oakland, and that does come with a hefty price tag. And this is a range that we were quoted. It definitely depends once the tiers are developed, but it can go from $380,000 to $533,000. Expand the K-5 program to at least 3 sections at each grade level, which would add a 1.3 FTE, which would be $170,000. I do want to say, because we perhaps would keep students within the district or attract other students, that could have some offsetting costs. And then offer a preschool immersion cohort, $65,000. A couple other things: provide early intervention with our family support, bring back the Parent Institute for Quality Education and have ECFE classes in Spanish, and then just improve our communication, bilingual staff to support our families at secondary schools, and we'll be talking about that in our Achievement and Integration Report. And then making sure our correspondence is professionally translated and that we have culturally responsive messages. Okay, with that, are there any questions? And we do have Principal Gordy here as well as to answer any questions you might have.
Superintendent Funk?
Just a comment I want to share with the board. This is the first evaluation that you are going to hear. You're going to hear a number of these types of things over the next few months. And really what our team here has been charged with is to take a look at the program, identify its strengths, weaknesses, opportunities. And with those opportunities, there's a price tag. So you just saw part of the price tag here. This is not a blanket recommendation, hey, we are recommending you do this. But these are opportunities to make the program better. In a couple weeks, you're going to see a GATE evaluation. And they're going to have some opportunities with that evaluation that there's going to be a price tag. Later on this spring, you're going to see the high school looking at different options for how they want to structure the school day to provide more opportunities for the students. 4-period day, 7-period day, do we stay with the 6-period day? Those will come with the price tag. Where I'm trying to go with this for you as a board is, okay, we have these great programs in this district. How do we make them better, and how do we shift our resources? What are we going to prioritize here? And so that's kind of how we're tying this in to some bigger board goals and objectives that we're going to be identifying moving forward. So when we're saying here we have, we're recommending we spend this many $100,000, it's an opportunity for us, but we also have finite resources in this district. And so that's where it comes down to the board making decisions on, all right, where we want to put our focus. So I just didn't want you to have a heart attack when you're looking at some of those numbers there.
And then just to clarify, because I think there was some confusion in the community, I mean, the board has not approved this as it's grown in the elementary school. This is going to middle school next year, correct?
We are planning on, Marie has been directed to put a 6th grade instructor in the middle school budget next year.
Perfect.
But the longer term question is,
Is still out there.
correct.
But for families that are looking for, is this going, that decision has been made.
We are planning within the budget for 6th grade at Amigos.
Thank you. I just want to make
at
sure
Oakland
that
Middle School.
families do know that. Dr. Porbeni?
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. It was great. I have one question. It has to do with transportation. So when you say all students, the range between 300,000 to a little over 500,000, what do you mean by all students? Are we expanding the scope?
No, that would be the students that are currently within the program to transport the current students. Now, it would probably be on that higher end if we did open up to 3 sections from different places in the district. just, that would be
And
a
we plan on doing
consideration.
that, opening it up, so
Then I'd say it would be on the higher end, yes.
it's gonna be expensive. So considering the cost, I'm just looking at the cost right now. What do you think the cost will be if we decide to open, and again, tell me that's not possible, you can't do that, if that's what you think. If we, because I'm looking at the cost, there's a lot of cost here. Some definitely to advance the program. Those are the opportunity costs there, like Dr. Funk just said. But is it possible, because if we open it up to all the students, the cost is going to go higher, right? There's going to be addition here and there. I don't know how much that will be, but is it possible to expand that by, instead of opening it up and increasing the cost of moving students to both Lake Elmo and to Oakland for 6th grade, is it possible to open another section in one of the other elementary schools so the other district kids can come to that one?
I think the challenge with that, it's certainly possible, but you're duplicating some of the supports then as well. And so when we look at this, and you could probably speak more eloquently to this than I, but when you look at the supports that students have within the building, which are, quite frankly, as we mentioned, there's opportunity to improve and increase those supports. You'd be needing to create those same kind of supports in another building as well, along with additional. The materials will be part of that as well, but there's a duplication of efforts, I think, and a loss of efficiencies.
So apart from the duplication, if we decide to, expand to probably a different school and the kids from that area can go to that, will we have enough Spanish-speaking kids? I think that probably will be the problem, because the concentration of our Spanish-speaking kids are actually right there. So you wouldn't be able to have enough kids to fill the other classrooms to help support the process of that dual language immersion. So I think that probably might be more of the problem than the duplication.
May I respond?
Yes.
Yes.
So if you look at the one slide, you can see the number of students that are currently in the program that are heritage or native Spanish speakers versus the number that are in the district. And you can see that we're only capturing a small percentage of those students. So there certainly is the ability to expand to 3 sections and still have the dual immersion component of that. The challenge with immersion education is you have to really be immersed in the culture of what it means to teach students in 2 languages. And it's much different than a standard elementary school. And the work that goes into that, the support that goes into that looks very different. So to capture that and try to have it, a component of it in another building where we have space would be really challenging. And I would argue you just wouldn't able to support it and provide the sufficient, things that are necessary to be successful.
Thank you for that.
Director Huckert. Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. It definitely taught me a lot. It's something that I've been really interested in and really hungry for this information. So thank you for the work it took to pull together and present to us tonight. A couple things that stood out to me, actually going back to the same slide that Dr. Parbini was just talking about with the transportation. One of the issues from the families and the staff as well is that sustainable funding and kind of that feeling like the program is here to stay in what capacity. And I feel like that is something that has been weighing on a lot of the families, at least the ones that I've been talking to, as well as staff members as well, that we do want, as this presentation seems to show, our kids are being very successful with this program. And how do we find funding? And I guess this goes back to Superintendent Funk. How do we make this a sustainable program going forward? And I so appreciate all the learnings that have gone into it to help map it out for us so that we can see what it is. And kind of along with this, sorry, this is turning into a very long question, is looking at the expansion into a third section, and kind of remembering back at our class sizes. This program seems very different than our typical elementary in that usually we have smaller class sizes for the kindergarten and it kind of goes up into 5th grade. Whereas this one almost has a bit of an inverse where their kindergarten classes are a little bit bigger and our 5th grade classes is a little bit smaller. And from a funding perspective, that can cause some issues. So thinking about that sustainability piece, how are we planning for that class size element?
So a couple of things to share related to that. Number one, I think you have to remember that the classes currently that are in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade where you see some of those smaller numbers. First of all, the kindergarten class that is now in 5th grade, when they were in kindergarten, it started out as 40, and there are still 40 students in that program. So we were intentional at starting a little bit smaller when we began. You also have to remember that during that time we went through a pandemic where we were trying to learn a second language online, and quite frankly, it was barely sustainable. And so there was some attrition that happened as part of that. What I'm anxious to see is our ability to maintain those numbers, post-pandemic, and also be aggressive in looking at bringing in new students. We have shown the capacity to bring in new students at those different grade levels. Now, I'm not suggesting we may get to the numbers that we see in the board-approved ratios across the district. But I do think we're going to bring students in the later primary grades and into those intermediate grades. So there will be some increase, especially because the program is showing that it's successful.
I would add to that, if the opportunity emerges to create a third section at kindergarten and then 1st grade, or a 4th section, I think there's also a recognition of at the middle school the efficiencies that we're able to create. So running a section size, a class size of 25 at middle school is on the small side. It would be better if we're closer to that 65 students to create the efficiencies within the rest of the system. And so if we're able to have a class size of around 75 students and not 25, we'd be able to see or even 80, we'd be able to leverage the same kind of class sizes that the elementary school would have, say 20 at kindergarten, 25 at 5th grade, 30 at middle school. But it begins with how many sections are we able to have at kindergarten.
And that 3 sections starting at kindergarten gives you that same flexibility in intermediate too. When you have 3 and you get to those critical numbers in 4th and 5th grade, you can look at moving to 2 sections as well. You can do a lot of instructional work at 2 sections and have that model of efficiency, as he said, going into middle school then too. So it does give you more flexibility when your foundation is larger.
It would match more what the traditional model is instead of.
Director Kelsenberg had a question, but can we stay on class size for a second?
Sure.
Okay, because my biggest concern was class size, because I hear about that being a board member from everyone in the community. They want smaller class sizes. And I looked at the grade 3 and grade 5, and I mean, they're sitting at 19 kids a class. And that is a hard pill for me to swallow. And I understand all the reasons why, and I understand and I agree with all of those reasons why. But for me, that kind of an inequity in the district is something that I'm not comfortable with. So I just want to be honest about that where I am. So I appreciate the suggestions on how to remedy that moving forward, because it would make sense to me to have 3 sections of 3rd grade that then, as people drop out of the program or leave the program, then you're maintaining those class size that are comparable to the other areas of the district. But that's a hard one for me. So I guess I'm appreciative of the solutions, but it's a key point for me. Thank you, Director Kelsenberg.
That might be part of the answer to my question. So I'm looking at the program cost in just one item here. So the cost for a couple teachers, $260. If the program didn't exist, you'd still have those teachers anyway, right? Is this Over
The
or above
two
what?
are above and beyond.
It is
what would
because
be
the
at
class
Lake
sizes
Elmo.
are smaller?
Mhm.
Yeah, so if those students went back into their home classroom, there would be two FTE that we would not need.
But you'd have them anyway, right? I mean, or is it because they're additional teachers over and above?
I think it would be because of the class sizes.
It is, okay.
Mhm.
I'm good.
Director Petrie.
Thank you for that presentation. A lot of data, a lot of information. I really appreciate that. This evaluation has been long overdue, and I really appreciate the fact that you put it together for us. I want to go talk a little bit about the heritage speaker concept. It seems to me that when this, and I was around when this program got started, and I feel as though at that point we were talking about native speakers. And we were trying to, there was part of the purpose of this program was to give a way for native speakers to, sort of give them sort of a leg up, if you will. The state of Minnesota has quite an achievement gap when it comes to students of color. And so this was one of the things that we were taking a look at. And this was something that we wanted to address with the dual immersion. So my question is, how many native speakers are in this program? How many students are coming to our schools not really speaking much English at all?
So the percent of English learners in the program was 14%, compared to 4% across the district.
Mm-hmm. And so when you expand that definition to be heritage speakers, which I'm assuming means that they had some sort of preschool instruction or connection with, what is that?
So the way that the way the terms are used, I think well, you did the research.
Yes.
I'll let you speak to it.
It's like I did to you, Caleb.
Right.
Native speakers would be people coming new to our country that they have only spoken Spanish in the home and they have only spoken Spanish in their country, and they're coming into the United States in our community and then having to learn English. Heritage speakers, the students themselves may have been born in the United States, but their family members might have been born in another country or even in the United States, but Spanish is the dominant language by someone in the household. So that's the difference, and that's why, like when you look at the access scores that I showed, we have the average is 3.07. If we had predominant native speakers, that would be lower. So they're not native speakers, but heritage speakers. So they've been in country, most of them, but someone in the family or all members in the family typically speak Spanish.
Okay, thank you for
Does
that.
that help?
Yeah, that's a good clarification. Thank you.
Dr. Porbeni?
Thank you. I think Minnesota is not a place that you will find native speakers that much.
No.
Definitely not here. So more of the heritage speakers. So I think we'll probably make do with what we have.
Yeah. Sometimes you get a newcomer family that, that may enter into the program, and we do have that sometimes, yes.
Absolutely.
So that does happen, and that's where those EL supports are really important because they need more exposures.
Director Thielander?
Thank you. Well, thank you again for the presentation, the really great data, and thank you for all the work you do in Principal Gordy at Lake Elmo. So I think by all account, within the scope and the sandbox you've had to play within, it's been a very successful program, which is really great to see, and I think that's important to note. I do kind of want to piggyback on, Chairperson Sherman in terms of class sizes. Just, there's really kind of two data points that kind of stand out that I want to be, that I think about and love just to get some thoughts on. So one being the class sizes and looking at, what's the correlation to class size to, higher outcomes within MCAs. And I don't want to discount the passion, the enthusiasm, and the great work that's being done by the teachers and staff and, by Principal Gordy. I think that's important to acknowledge. But, as a global level, we look across the school district, if we had went from 30, 33 in certain elementary schools to 25 or 20, is there going to be a similar correlation where we're going to see a spike increase in MCA scores, or is it not as simple? I'm assuming it's not as simple as that, but there has to be some sort of correlation, I would imagine.
If you look at the research that's been done, you'll see that the immersion program is providing a boost because of the instruction they get in both languages. And so the skills that come with learning how to read in Spanish language, the skills that come with learning how to read in English language, gives them a cumulative boost that is likely a bigger effect in terms of their outcome than would be a smaller class size. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Great, thank you. I do have a,
Yes.
so the second data point, so thank you for the explanation. So, the other data point that kind of stood out is kind of the missed opportunities, the waiting list, students enrolling elsewhere. I think Stillwater does a lot of things really well, and it brings people in, and try to think about it, how many students or families are we retaining that maybe otherwise wouldn't choose Stillwater because of the Spanish immersion program. So I think that's an important thing of what's that value added that, increases that per pupil, money's coming in, which is.
And there is a number on the slide. You'll see that in 22-23, there were 16 that were on the waiting list that we lost.
Yeah.
And in 21-22, there were 15.
Yeah. Significant.
Director Petrie?
So have we assessed the type of demand that we might have? Well, it's sort of a two-part question. I mean, have we assessed the type of demand that we might have for this program if we opened up busing to the entire district, especially if people hear about the small class sizes that there are available in this program? And at the same time, we've got it located in one of our southern elementaries, which, we just had demographic data the last time around that showed that we've got all this tremendous growth that's happening in the south part of the district. I mean, this seems like a collision rather ready to happen. So I'm just kind of wondering about the thought process about keeping the program at Lake Elmo, considering all that growth that's happening in the south part of the district.
I think moving forward, you're not going to see, I can't speak past, I will speak 3 years down the road. 3 years down the road, if we have a new school, because right now we're capped by space. That is why, I've got Principal Gordy coming and saying, hey, I've got room for a third section next year, let's do one. Okay, well, you have room next year. How about the following year? We have no place to put it. We're capped by space. So let's do the hypothetical. All right, we build a new building. We plan for more space. My solution is what Chair Sherman was talking through is if we do 3 sections, we go to 3 sections K through 3, and then they naturally go into 4, 5, and bigger classes. And that aligns it with the rest of the district as far as class size capacity. So I don't think you're going to see continued these smaller classes once we get into a facility that fits us. The busing question, yeah, that would open up a whole new Pandora's box. And then, the other thought of this is, okay, all right, well, and I don't know if we even have the capacity for it. We haven't talked about it yet tonight, but do we create a big, full-size school of Spanish immersion?
And so the first part of my question was, have we done any sort of assessment to find out how much demand there might be if busing were available? Is that a question that we've asked families?
We did not ask that question.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I will say that one of the number one questions that we get regarding the Amigos Unidos program is the transportation, right? And as you look at even this year, so we did make a change in our selection process where before if a student lived within Lake Elmo, there was a preference given. We did pull that away because we wanted to see what that looked like. And even still, the majority of applicants lived within the Lake Elmo attendance boundary. And I do think transportation had some large impact on that. And families recognizing that getting the kids to school is a huge need.
And I know there's a different identification process, but we may have some numbers. I wonder what when we started providing transportation for GATE in the south, if we had any kind of bump in families opting into that. I mean, I know it's a totally different identification process, so it's apples to oranges, but we do have some history in when we've added transportation. I don't know how many families actually took advantage of that. It's a longer bus ride, so some families just don't like that. Dr. Hocker? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay. My question is, like, how challenging is it to find staff for bilingual education? Is that going to be a hurdle that we need, especially if we're looking at going into 3 sections? Are we going to be able to find the staff, and how are we doing at retaining the staff that we are able to find?
Well, we're fortunate. The University of Minnesota has worked really hard to make this a priority to train qualified instructors and provide support for them. So we are in a place where, we've got access to those. The other great advantage we have is we have a very advantageous contract, and so that serves us well. Finally, we've got a group of high-quality teachers in the program already who have a network with a number of people in various different immersion programs in the metro area, and we've been able to use that network to recruit teachers. So they've come from, similar places. And it's worked really well. We've created a pipeline, if you will.
I would add to that a K-6 licensure is a general license for staff, and so I anticipate a little bit more challenge as we look at middle school and the licensure requirements that the state of Minnesota requires to be licensed in the field, who then are also bilingual. Those staff do exist. It's a matter of recruitment and retention.
And I can tell you that I'm talking to immersion teachers all year round, summer, fall. We've got somebody coming for a visit on Monday. Positions aren't even publicly posted yet, but we know we have to do that work.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Dr. Probeni?
Thank you. So the licensure, is it restricted specifically to Minnesota? You have to have, or is it something you can have coming from somewhere else? The reason I ask is the focus within, and because there's a lot of opportunities if you look out. So what is preventing us from looking out? I mean, because there are teachers, there's Spanish immersion teachers everywhere, truthfully. So when I hear the term, they're difficult to find, that's not a language I like in human resources, to tell you the truth, because it covers almost everything else if we're not really wanting to push. So, because there's a lot of opportunities outside of our vicinity. So if you're looking out, they're there.
And I think that was reflected in the opportunity for growth, where we referred to working with our HR department to be able to
branch out.
Yeah, to develop those inroads, if you were, or pathways to find teachers that, have the language skills. I think we also, we don't want to forget that beyond those language skills, we want to ensure that they bring that bicultural experience as well, because that's a key component, foundational component of the program as well. And we've been fortunate that we have been able to recruit teachers from Chile, from Spain, and other Spanish-speaking countries. So we have been able to infuse that. We want to continue to be able to do that. We can't sit here and wait because we've got a good contract. We've got to figure out what that looks like.
Thank you.
Sure. Let me just ask one question really quick. I just wanted a little bit more information, and I think just about wait lists. You have it kind of lumped in where there's 23 students on a wait list in 1 year and then 38, 36. Is that spread out, is that primarily kindergarten? Is that first grade, second grade? Like, is there a breakdown of?
Kindergarten.
That number
That's
is
kindergarten.
exclusive
Okay.
to kindergarten. We do, as part of the application process, incoming first grade students will often apply as well. So at kindergarten and first grade, there's no requirement for prior language proficiency. So if there's a spot open in first grade, we can pull from that wait list and move a student in. Once we get to second grade and beyond, students need to demonstrate basic proficiency in Spanish to prove that that experience will be successful for them.
Okay, so those wait lists are all kindergarten?
That is
Yes.
just kindergarten.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Thielander?
Thank you. Director Petrie kind of mentioned some polling just with the general community. Has there been any polling or discussions around interest around this languages in elementary schools, making it more accessible to all students, not just in a single school? Obviously, that'd be, we don't have a blank check. And you mentioned the scalability and, utilizing the resources on a per school level makes it a lot easier, but has that been something that's been looked at or considered, or what's that process?
One thing, we didn't ask that specific question in this information, but one thing the research will show is that there's not a lot of, the success with that isn't really high, compared to an immersion program. It's kind of a watered down version, and so you spend the money to do that and no one really gets a huge benefit from it. So I think that's part of the research out there. Doesn't mean that we couldn't pose that as a question and see what the interest, I think everybody, you can do, and I think even some teachers do that within their classrooms already, is weave some of that in, but it's much more basic.
Stephen, is there some history with the district with that before we went to the Spanish immersion?
Well, as part of the Bridge to Excellence, we looked into, what we would do, and one of the options we had was to add a specialist program that would teach Spanish to all elementary schools. And as we looked into the research, and in fact, we talked to local metro districts that were doing it, we found that half of the districts we spoke to were dropping those programs and moving to immersion programs. Because you get colors, kids leave sixth grade and they have their colors and numbers, and that really is it. And so if you're going to be serious about teaching a second language, it really needs to be an immersion model.
I think that's a really helpful background. Thank you.
Dr. Petrie?
I wanted to ask about this is under opportunities to grow the program, expanded immersion program through middle school for $335,000. Now, my understanding is that it's already going to go to sixth grade, that decision has apparently been made. But what is that $335,000 going to go for? What is it going to look like if it gets expanded through eighth grade?
If you remember, Caleb and I in December presented the whole layout of that sixth through eighth grade program. So it starts in sixth grade with one teacher with the students taking Spanish, social studies, and language arts, and pony time and advisory. And then in seventh grade, they have language arts in Spanish, and then they have pony time. So there'd be another additional teacher. And then in eighth grade, they have language arts in Spanish, and then potentially a Spanish elective. So the amount of Spanish diminishes as they get older with those opportunities. So with all of the additional teachers, I think it's a 2.2. That's it. That's the 300,000. And then the cultural liaison, that was, again, we pie in the sky, looking at everything, we wove that into that as 50,000, and then the interns were 10,000, but I think that would be less. And then the curriculum costs. So
Okay.
that's where that total number comes from.
Okay. And they would, if they wanted to, be able to go for this certificate of biliteracy after
Yes.
eighth grade. We wouldn't need to provide anything necessarily in high school, correct?
That's an opportunity
That's
that we haven't talked about, we
Right.
haven't fleshed out.
And I think
I'm
that's
glad
there.
I asked that
think
question.
Right, and I think you have to remember, the resources available at the high school level are different at the middle school that are different in the elementary school, right? There's a Spanish department that exists at the high school.
Right.
And we've been working with some of the teachers They've served on our committees, they've served on our foundational committees. They're excited about some of the opportunities that will exist as these students matriculate into high school.
There are options at the high school that would not incur additional costs. It would be based on the staffing and students taking an elective course, perhaps. If we wanted it to be a required area, that would be a different conversation. But we haven't looked into the different options yet.
Okay, thank you.
Superintendent Fung?
I want to go back to when you initially brought this forward as a concept to the school board. You were talking a K-8 program.
Yep.
Okay, so that's, just to be clear,
Right.
people were told K-8, opportunity for biliteracy after 8th grade. Okay, so just wanted to clarify that.
I did want to take just a moment. I know you're on the clock here, so I'll be really quick. I want to thank Dr. Funk and all of you for allowing us to present. This has been a number of years in waiting that we've wanted to have this presentation, so thank you all for hearing us out. I also want to thank Dawn and Caleb for their work supporting the program and also presenting this evening, so thank you very much. I also want to share, and I've been fortunate to be in the district for 22 years. I've worked at Rutherford and Lake Elmo. I've worked with some amazing teachers. I think you all know we have high-quality, hardworking teachers in this district. I can't emphasize enough how difficult it's been and how challenging it's been over the last 6 years to grow an immersion program and to teach an immersion program. Remember, the third grade teachers in the district are teaching literacy in English and in Spanish, and they're also teaching math, social studies, science, and providing the social emotional support that's necessary. It is challenging work. We've got amazing teachers in the program. The standard obviously is very high in this district, and they're working very hard to achieve the successes that are here. It really is on the back of these teachers. So a huge shout out to the work that they've done.
Absolutely.
Lastly, I really want to speak, going back to the original focus of, and the initiative behind the program. It was equity focused, and I go into a school where I have fifth grade teachers who have different class sizes. I certainly understand that concern. I need to emphasize, when you're committed to building an equity focused program, it comes with an investment from all of us. It's about priorities. And the question is not where is the money, the question is, are we willing to commit to building an equity-based program that serves the needs of the students, that is intentionally, and you saw the data, narrowing the achievement gap. Those are hard conversations to have with people, and it is not easy to do. But that's the work we need to do if we truly are committed to doing equity work in this district. And I challenge all of you to that.
So, okay, can I completely, this program would not be as successful without your leadership. I don't think it's a bad thing for this board to ask, is this an equity-based program? Some of the numbers, and I'm still digesting it, but I really do, the results are fabulous. I think Director Thielander makes a really good point, though. Is there a correlation with class size? I mean, we have EL students, but our achievement gap with our EL Hispanic students is worsening in our district. We're not doing a good job. So I just question, is the reach enough? Is there money that, I mean, I'm just doing the math without PD, without all the middle school costs. You know, one time, we're talking $920,000 annually. That's not, a building that would be needed or anything. So I guess I'm committed to the work of equity, but I think as a district, we need to make sure, what is the reach? Who are we reaching? Are we reaching enough kids? Are we moving that needle forward enough? So I absolutely love the program. It all comes down to priorities. I hope that when we have programs like this, we need a process to take them to the voters. I mean, if the voters want this, if the community wants immersion in our program, it is almost impossible for this board, with our existing funding structure, to do $1 million. without, and that's not facilities or not anything else. So I just want to kudos to your staff, to you, to everyone. I love the program. I love everything about it, but I just, I'm digesting the numbers on how much is this an equity program and how much is it maybe something else that's equally valuable. Maybe it's an enrollment draw. Maybe it's something else. I'm just, and I'm willing to learn. So,
And I think
continue to
that's a
learn.
challenge that exists when you're innovating, right? When you're doing
Right.
that innovation work,
Yep.
it takes more than 1 or 2 years to just look
Absolutely.
at something. It takes a number of years, and you're right. It is hard to kind of allow it to grow and watch what it does, and then say, okay, are we with this? Are we not? And you have to make really tough decisions. I respect the seat you're in and the hard decisions you have to make.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Principal Gordy and Dawn and Caleb. I do agree with you. It's all, for me, I think it's all of the above. But the reality is, what's the alternative? If we don't have this program, because you have a lot of students, ESL students, whether it's Spanish or, a different language, that needs all of the support in order for them to be able to at least meet a certain level of academic excellence. In this case, this is one project. This is one project out of the lot that we might use to continue to. It's a win-win for both our Caucasian students as well as our Spanish-speaking students in terms of language skills. But what you have shown, and you're right, the ESL Hispanic students, with respect to their proficiency in some of this, is not as good. But we see some improvement here with respect to those that are in immersion program. Is how do we replicate the opportunities within the within the immersion program to all of our other students, especially those in ESL, and maybe those that English is their first language, but also are challenged. So that's, I think, for me, is one of the most important ones. So, Principal Gordy, I agree with you. If we really want to move things forward, we want to be really intentional about this. We should look at the positives around it and look at all the opportunities we can actually take out of this. But it will cost money. But the reality is, every good thing costs money. A lot of our families in our community want to be a part of this program, regardless of where they are, whether it's north, south, east, or west. It costs money. It is one of the advantages that we have right now. We're seeing results. How do we replicate, maybe not in establishing new schools, but how do we replicate the success found in this program to help support our other kids? So it's the appreciative part of it, the inquiry into what is possible. That's what I'm looking at. And I really believe that and it's the same with our, what's your program? Our kids in, what's the other program that we have? Avid program, exactly. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry. So it's the same thing. The Avid kids outperform our general population when it has to do with actually not only academically, but also college readiness. Our Avid kids do way better. I mean, the data is there, and exactly what's happening here. And this is just 6 years, 5 years, and so hopefully we'll get more information. So these programs are having impact, same as GATE. So all of our special programs are having impact. And so for me, it's really looking at the positives in all of this program and finding ways, the magic that is happening there, how do we replicate that kind of magic in our general population for those that are struggling?
And I think when we finish all of these evaluations, everyone's going to feel really strong about their program, and we just do amazing programming. But I think it's important to, at some point, have some sort of spreadsheet that is totaling the costs. And even if we're expanding this program and if we're investing in it, it's like, what is the cost per pupil? How does that compare to what we're spending on a general ed classroom? What is the, what I want to make sure that we're spending the finite resources we have to reach as many students as we can, so we can move that needle for the benefit of the greatest number, right? And so I think this program is great, and I think what I've always struggled with is, and it kind of goes along with what you're saying, Annie, it's when do we have something that the community wants, that the community would support, but we're just not putting it out there for them. Because, I mean, we were posed with the cost of moving this program to this building, and it was beyond the means of our budget. I mean, we couldn't even discuss it. It was beyond, it would require going to voters for the funding, because it was well over the million before us here in opportunities. So I just think it's finding a path forward when we identify a program that's being supported. So hopefully this gives staff ideas, you know, in how to replicate these as you're going through these analyses of our programming too.
Well, I think that to your point, the big thing is to try to make connections and connect the dots so that things that we have opportunities embedded into all of our Tier 1 instruction that's good teaching for all students and benefits all of them. And I think when we continue doing these program evaluations, you'll see some of the dots connected. They all are wonderful things, and we are trying to close those gaps and replicate, and we are looking at our EL services and what we can replicate there and how we can do things differently. So those are all things that we're looking at, exploring, and making those connections so that they don't seem like programs that are operating in a silo, that they're all going forward. And as we do our operational planning and we can, you know, decide that direction, hopefully that will all make more sense.
And I feel like I'm missing this just because as I take this home and review it, is there somewhere on the slide where it has the number of EL students? I'm sure that's in here. I have Hispanic and Latino students.
It was 14% was what was on the slide.
14%? Yes. Okay, of the total enrollment.
Of the Amigos Unidos.
Do you know offhand what that would, I guess I don't have my calculator on me, I can do it later, but 14% EL of the total population.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go do that. Thank you so much for coming in. This is exactly the type of information we need as a board, so.
And just more of a process question, I mean, it's more for Dr. Funk for you. So I appreciate you putting this together and having your team come forward and make these presentations. It could be super helpful. So for my own understanding, being new, these decisions aren't going to be made in individual silos. We'll be able to have full understanding of all the programming, all the needs, the budgetary constraints before decisions are made.
Correct. Again, one of the first big steps is identifying, okay, what's important to us as a school board. Here are our priorities. These are great. Programmatically, this is an awesome program. And then I hear, okay, but we want to expand it to more reach in the district. So, okay, that's a board level decision as far as, do we put more money into this program, or do we do it more system-wide? And if we do, how do we do it? But it also helps identify driving. A number of months ago, I shared some information with you on, budget cuts and what we've cut over time. And what this does is it helps you align to make decisions much more strategically. You have a background of what these programs are about. And, okay, here's what our values are as a board. Okay, here's what we can do as far as planning. And then if you don't have enough money, you have some decisions you can make there. But that's how it fits in. So no decisions at all this spring on anything. But eventually, we're going to come to you with, okay, what do we want the future to look like? And that's when we tie it into these other factors.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. I think for me, one thing that I want us to realize here is a lot of these different programs that we have is beyond, for me, it's beyond just the academic perfection. And I think that's what, and I'm sure a lot of parents that have their kids in this program would tell you that. These kids, they're different. Just being in this program creates a different personality and ability to be able to face life in a completely and unconscious way. These children are changed for life without even knowing it. So it's beyond the academic performance, but what life actually has for them and how they carry themselves, how they present themselves, and how they learn. So they've been opportune to have a completely different experience because of the space they find themselves. And I'm sure the parents who have kids in these programs will tell you that. They, compared to their siblings who probably may not have same opportunities, these children they have a different skill set that will help them, not only in terms of performing in college, but the ability to be able to interact with different types of people and different spaces and think differently as well. So there's something we may not be seeing and just looking at the financial part of it, but it does pay. The truth is, it does pay. Our children are unique in these programs because they carry something that is completely different from what our general population because of their experience. And I think we should take that, because that part of it is priceless, and we should take that into consideration.
It's an awesome program. Thank you so much. Just for the board to know, 14% of the enrollment is 38 EL kids in the program. Just so it's important to know that, so 38 EL kids. Thank you guys so much. This was awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, we're moving on to achievement and integration report.
Director Lewitt, can I just say one thing as a transition piece from Amigos Unidos programming? Principal Gordy was quick to sing the praises of the superintendent, of the board, of the directors, of his amazing staff. Principal Gordy is demonstrative of what I call professional humility. He's one of the finest building administrators I've worked with in 25 years as an educator, and it's an absolute privilege to walk alongside him.
Yes.
Thanks for that.
Thank you. Okay, you get to hear from us again, or from me again. So tonight we are here to share with you our Achievement and Integration Plan that runs through July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2026. So the purpose of Achievement and Integration for Minnesota is really to focus on increasing student achievement, pursuing that racial and economic integration, creating equitable educational opportunities, and reducing those academic disparities that we see in our subgroups. We do need board approval on our plan, and then our goals are to, on the sides, just like we talked about, increasing that racial and economic integration and changing that narrative about and reducing those academic disparities. So all of this does connect. In December, we presented as part of the World's Best Workforce our goals from the past 3 years and how we did on those and the data that we had. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, except that you can see we met 3 of the goals and 1 is in process. But one of the things that we took from that presentation is, you know, we were being asked to show provide more opportunities to close those gaps with our Black students and our, all of our students of color. And so that is what we took into consideration when we created our new goals. So these are the new goals. Goal number 1, we will increase by 2% the percentage of Hispanic or Latino and Black students who demonstrate college and career readiness. So here's the focus more on that piece, using the ACT, Accuplacer, ASVAB. So that means we have data, all of the juniors are taking one of those 3 tests so we can track this better. Our goal number 2 is shifting from failure data to opportunity data and looking at increasing 2% each year the number of enriched, advanced placement, college in the schools, or post-secondary option courses taken by those subgroups and that are enrolled in the AVID program. Goal number 3 is really looking at that data. If you remember, this goal was they were really happy, and so we didn't really have anywhere to go with this. So increasing by 5% the number of students who indicate that they strongly agree or agree that their experiences with cross-district student programming align with the outcomes measured by the logic model. And we measure that through this unique ripple effect mapping process. And then our goal number 4, which is lofty, and we kept it lofty on purpose, is to increase students' access to teachers of color and American Indian teachers from 3.7% in 2023 to 6% in 2026. Just sharing that statewide, 37% of our students in Minnesota identify as students of color, and 6% of our state teacher workforce are students of color. So we have work to do across this area in our state and in our country, but we are committed to that work. So our 3-year achievement and integration plan has 5 components, and we'll highlight those as we go, so I'm not going to spend time talking about those here. So the first component is student programming. Here, we have classroom supports in our regular subjects, English, social studies, science, sociology. We have our AVID courses, and then ethnic and cultural studies, which is a new course that we have implemented. We had a cultural liaison for the district, Cornelius Rich. That position was set up very broadly and with maybe a lack of direction as to what the impact could be of that position. And we found that he spread really thin and pulled in a lot of different directions. So we want to rename that position as our student impact specialist and keep a lot of focus on our secondary schools with our students there working with the student leadership councils, the student affinity groups, doing the Voices of Change conference, and then pushing into classrooms with special topics. He also does provide some opportunities for PD for our staff, and that would be across the district as well. But we want to just kind of really narrow that so that we can measure the impact and really see the impact in our secondary students especially.
So that's what's happening with the internal staff. These are some of our external programmatic opportunities. There's a couple of pieces that I want to highlight. The first is we have in-district opportunities that are just for our kids. But in addition, we also have cross-district opportunities, and I want to talk a little bit about that. We partner currently with Roseville, Forest Lake, South St. Paul, Inver Grove Heights, and we even have a summer virtual program with Mankato Public Schools. COVID taught us innovation through disruption, and so we've been able to do some really cool things virtually. The second piece that I really want to talk about is this idea of working in a cooperative learning format. The skill we're teaching kids when they work in a cooperative learning format is this combination of individual accountability and positive interdependence as they work together toward common goals. The third piece that I want to talk about quickly is the fact that a great deal of this programming is actually what we call student-initiated and student-led. So we've had a wonderful partner for several years here, StoryArc. It's a nonprofit. We have the executive director and staff members back here supporting this presentation. And one of the things I really love is kids will matriculate as participants through the programming, and then they have the opportunity to become what are called EPs, or emerging professionals. So that they become paid employees of StoryArc itself. And then finally, the last thing I want to say about this programming, some of you who have been at the board table for a while, you look at the slide and you say, I've seen this stuff before. And what I would say to that is that should be applauded. When we sustain programming, we're able to responsively adapt it and make it even better and better and better.
Our next component deals with family engagement, and our goal there is to connect schools, parents, and community so that we can work together as equal partners to educate all of our children.
So it starts with family and community engagement. And again, when I look around the table, several of you have had the opportunity to collaborate with our family and community engagement groups. So we have 3. The first is the East African Community Engagement Group, and that's a partnership between us, the Eastern Twin Cities Islamic Center, which is the mosque in Afton, and the IRG, which is the Islamic Resource Group, and they help provide professional learning for our staff. We recently met about 2 weeks ago. Board member Thielander was able to join us. We met at the mosque in Afton and had some really rich conversations with those parents that had attended. The second, we've been doing since about 2016, that's our Native American Parent Advisory Council. We have the privilege of being able to meet once a month. We meet at the Sally Manzara Nature Center in Lake Elmo Elementary School. And we also have a student component to NAPAC called NASA, which is the Native American Student Alliance. I think one thing that's important for the board to note about NAPAC is they also work with me to write a separate grant outside of what we're talking about here that brings in about an additional $40,000 to our school district for Native American specific learning. And then the third group is Caminos. And again, hats off to Principal Gordy. As the demographic of Lake Elmo started to change, we brought in an organization from California called PK, the Parent Institute for Quality Education. We've been collaborating with those families since 2014. We meet at the Family Means building in the Cimarron Mobile Home Community, and our next meeting will actually be March 16th. We'll be hearing from Metro State University, Youth Advantage, and Washington County Health and Community Services as part of our programming. And then finally, just a shout out to our early childhood educators. They developed a course called Parenting for Racial Justice that we offer to the entire community.
One thing that we're excited about is we are going to add student, family, and community engagement specialists. And I'll explain their roles and responsibilities and then kind of how we're hoping to roll that out. So these specialists would serve as advocates for equity and inclusion, empower and support families to promote student academic success. We see them working with specific students, kind of having a caseload, providing a more intensive support structure to the current family and community engagement efforts, and really working on that academic growth and success and nurturing the relationships between our school staff and our families and being that cultural resource for staff, really helping our families navigate our systems and supporting how they can support their students at home, and then helping families continue to access those post-secondary opportunities. We are, again, looking at having 5, and where those will be is to be determined, but they would be representative of the groups that we have in our community, and serve. We really want to research other districts. Eric has already started that work. We have talked to different districts about how they utilize them, and really set them up for success. That's really important for us as we move this forward and push this out. We would love to have one in every building, but we want to do it right. We want to sustain it, and we want to support the people that are providing this service and make sure that we have everything in place to do that so it's successful. So we're really excited about this opportunity.
Dawn, can I just add 2 really quick things? First off, we just talked about the family and community engagement groups, and I want you to think about this addition as what we call from you, for you. So our family and community engagement groups have been telling us for years that these are resources that we need. And we're fortunate to have a superintendent who comes from a district where this was a major part of their operating paradigm. So we're excited. We need to see things like an onboarding and mentorship program to get started, multi-district affinity groups, and something called stay interviews so that we're talking to these new staff as they're matriculating through our system.
Our next component is college and career readiness. And here we have AVID, which works to close that opportunity gap in education. And again, this is connecting to our past presentation that AVID is a system, it's not a program, and it's a system that we are trying to work to benefit all. And weave this in with our educators, learning some of the AVID strategies, as well as our students, being exposed to them, all of our students, especially in the middle grades. So it does reinforce and support rigorous academic standards, student leadership opportunities, and then that ongoing social and emotional growth and development that's so important. And it does fit in with our portrait of a graduate.
So one of the things that I heard during the Amigos Unidos presentation, and I heard it from Annie in particular, if something is working well, how can we replicate it, right? So AVID is rooted in evidence-based behavioral and academic strategies. So what we've really done, this is the 10th year that AVID's been in existence, and we've really shifted now toward this is just something for those few kids in the AVID elective class to really looking at a more school-wide or building-wide approach. You can see some of the specific initiatives that our buildings are taking. In our middle school, for example, we have WICOR Wednesdays, and so, you know, the whole focus is on incorporating one of these evidence-based strategies into their students' learning. The second part is when we shifted to a middle school model, the building principals at the time were really insightful. They had been trained, they had gone out to Texas and been trained in AVID WICOR strategies, and they said, if this is all that, right, how do we make it available to everybody? And so they have. Every 6th grader and 7th grader in our 2 middle schools have the opportunity to take the course Middle School Success. And you can see when we look at numbers, this broad range that you were talking about, over the last 7 years we've served 4,400 kids have gotten at least that basic foundational knowledge around those WICOR strategies. And then there's the AVID elective, and I'm proud to say that the AVID elective continues to grow. For the 23-24 school year, we're going to be adding a 3rd section of AVID 8 at Oakland Middle School and a 3rd section of AVID 9 at Stillwater High School. Annie, you had given a shout out that AVID is one of those programs that works. This is our 10th year. We've now had 165 graduates, and I'm proud to say all 165 have been accepted to college. They all didn't choose that route necessarily, but we opened that door through this programming. And then finally, this idea of intersectionality with other programming. At some point, you guys are going to hear about Pathways programming. I currently have a junior in high school and a senior in high school. And when I think about the next steps in their life, I've been describing it as kind of a guided drift, right? I know that my daughter's humanities is her thing, theater is her thing, so it's this great big bucket. Now, how do we use programming like Pathways to help narrow those opportunity gaps and expose her, other children, you know, to different ideas around that theater? So we're kind of the bumpers, they're kind of drifting, and we're helping guide that drift.
Okay, our next component deals with professional development. So our vision is to see all, serve all, and support all of our students. And again, we don't want equity to be something that we aspire to or we try to do. We want this embedded in our everyday interaction with all of our students, and it's just a fabric of who we are. So we are working to build capacity for high academic achievement through student voice, choice, engagement. We look at these pillars that proactively support equity. We have job-embedded professional development that deals with the instructional strategies that can help us with that educational equity. We have Pathways that, again, you'll hear more connections to this later in the spring, but that personalized learning, student voice choice and engagement is all part of the Pathways program. And then BAR, which stands for Building Assets and Reducing Risks. This is deals with the social emotional aspect of our students, and it's looking at their assets and then building off of that. We currently have this in our high school in 9th and 10th grade, and we have it at Lake Elmo Elementary and Afton Lakeland as well. So these are ways that we can support educational equity in all that we do. So what does our job-embedded professional development look like? We have instructional coaches, and they have been trained in some of the equity work so that they can take that information and knowledge and work with the teachers and bring it back to them so that we can see that in our everyday education. We have JPED learning cohorts where groups of teachers gather around and study a particular topic. And I'll just point out, like, I have worked with the EL learning or JPEG group who actually they're looking at different strategies that they can incorporate and to address the student needs. The individualized coaching cycles, this work is based off Jim Knight's impact cycle. And again, coaches working with teachers to try these strategies in their classroom. And then our collaborative action teams, which typically were called, or previously called PLCs, where teachers are coming together, looking at those 4 questions, looking at the data, and helping drive instruction using these various strategies.
We also we bring in external facilitators to train the adults within our organization. And I think one of the things that really COVID made evident is this idea of Maslow before Bloom. So if our students aren't able to learn in safe, caring, and brave spaces, they're not going to learn at high levels. So you can see kind of a variety of different professional learning options that we've offered to our educators this year. I want to particularly highlight one, and I just want to read you a little bit about sort of the narrative of the training so you get a feel for it. And this particular training has to do with racial harm. And the training is called No More Next Time. So our entire administrative team, currently, all of our secondary, our 2 middle schools and our high school have had this professional development. And then 2 of our middle schools, Lake Elmo and Brookview Elementary, at the elementary level. But here's how the training reads. Have you been in a situation where an inequity is at play, but you don't know how to address it? Have you heard students or colleagues say something harmful and you let it go because you didn't have the will or the skill to engage? The professional learning will use research, personal stories, and audience participation to provide tools to help staff feel empowered to address bias, racism, or any other type of injustice immediately and effectively. And we, as a community, as a school district, as a professional organization, including our SCEA leaders and our 590 members, must recognize that what we permit, we promote. So we're going to shift back now to AVID. And just a couple of quick things about the AVID training for the adults in our institution. Over the last 10 years, we've trained over 100 teachers. One of the things I'm just delighted about is we have 2 AVID national staff developers. Their names are Sarah Neitz and Andrea Schuler that are part of our high school staff. So our secondary staff have access to national staff developers right on site. And then the final piece, and again, praise and thanksgiving to the board for freeing up dollars to make our instructional coaching program more robust. One of the things we do, the coaches engage with educators in something called a coaching cycle. And the coaches have developed what's called an instructional coaching playbook, which is this this set of evidence-based teaching strategies, and they're laden with WICOR strategies. So when our educators get the opportunity to do one of these instructional coaching cycles, it's very likely that they may pick one of these WICOR strategies as their professional growth and development opportunity.
Component 5 is our pathway to diversifying the teaching profession, and we'll be focusing on our AVID student leaders and our Century College partnership. We have the Grow Your Own program, and this teacher preparation strategy focused on developing and retaining teachers from the local community. And this is used to address our teacher shortages and, again, increase that diversity of our teaching, our teacher workforce.
So the first part, and again, I've seen several of you on site at our Summer Success student programming, so I just want to extend that invite again this summer. It's July 17th to August 3rd, Monday through Thursday, 8 o'clock to 1 o'clock at Anderson Elementary School. But when we're talking about Grow Your Own programming, you know, we've had the opportunity, and we will again this year, to bring on about 35 student leaders. We're actually at the point where South Washington County is going to be sending us, our contiguous district, sending us a few of their student leaders as well, because they're really interested in the programming model. So our student leaders have the opportunity to spend 2 days in professional development with our licensed classroom teachers. They're assigned to a grade level, and then they get the opportunity to do 6 hours of curriculum writing with that grade level team. Then they have the opportunity to spend, as you experienced, 12 days in the classroom, and many of them are co-teaching right along with the classroom instructor. And now when they come back to the high school in the fall, they have the opportunity to take what's called a concurrent enrollment course. So it's a Century College course taught on the high school campus, and they can earn college credit while attending the high school. The other part that we've added, and this is, again, praise to a handful of our instructional coaches, they've turned Summer Success into what we call a professional learning laboratory. This year, the focus is going to be on inquiry. So what will happen is those grade level teams, we build in kind of a faux prep for them, and they meet with us, and they identify a particular evidence-based strategy that they want to try out. So they go back to the classroom, the student leader videotapes them engaged in that lesson and the goals and outcomes that they've identified. Then they sit down as a cohort and review that video, talk about what worked really well and where do they need to responsively adapt the lesson, make those adaptations, do it again, the student leaders videotape them again, and so the professional development is all kind of wrapped in that tight package. It's been wonderful. And then the final piece is just with our partnership with Century College. And I just want to talk about a couple of things. They have been amazing partners to work with. We have kind of a few shared goals as we continue to expand. The first is simply expanding the number of our student leaders who are participating in the program. The second is Century College is currently sending their students who are getting their AS in education to our various buildings. Anna Wilsick at Anderson Elementary has done a great job. She's hosted about 12 of those young people over the last 2 years. The third piece is continuing this grow your own idea. I mean, we have this profound and problematic shortage of teachers of color and American Indian teachers in the state of Minnesota, and it's a national problem. So our kids of color are matriculating through the system and they're not seeing themselves reflected in that position of leadership. So oftentimes when we're talking to scholars that are juniors and seniors that are students of color, Mr. A, why would I consider teaching? They've matriculated through our system and haven't seen themselves. It's not to say that we don't have amazing white teachers in the system, but we need to continue to diversify. And then finally, just our ability to continue to present this programming model at both the regional, state, and I'm proud to say a team of educators accompanied me to Orlando, Florida, and we presented at the Avid National Conference, and this was the model that folks came to the breakout session to see. So I'm really proud of that group and you know, being able to walk alongside them.
So these 5 components make up our achievement and integration plan, and this work is what we are striving to do and implement to build that culture of belonging for all of our students. And we'll now open it up for questions.
I had a question actually on one of the goals. So I was looking at the goals from the previous year and then this year, and I guess this is a 2-part question, is one, how are these goals identified? Like as an organization, how do we identify these goals? You know, are building principals involved? Is it central staff? Is it just, how does that work? And then I noticed goal 2.
Let's start with that one.
Okay.
Yeah, the broader piece about kind of how the plan is put together.
Okay.
So the first part is and when you read the plan, you'll see that we collaborate with the 3 family and community engagement groups. We have subgroups there that we, you know, gather feedback from. The second is we're part of what's called a multi-district collaborative. So we currently partner with Delon Smith, who is the Director of Equity and Innovation from Roseville Schools, Chad Schmidt, who's the Director of Equity and Learning from South St. Paul Public Schools, Leslie Gomez, who's the Assistant Director of Equity, again, South St. Paul, Alex Hermida from Hastings, and then Brad Ward from Forest Lake. So that's kind of the second layer, and then the third layer is our World's Best Workforce Committee.
And then my second question is, I actually, on goal 2, I forget how you phrased it, Don, that you're kind of, wasn't a negative
From
to a
failure
positive.
data to opportunity data.
Right,
Yeah.
I like that, but I also am questioning, because that's the one goal we didn't achieve, the one that was like the failure to, not the we have the opportunity one, but we didn't necessarily achieve that one goal in totality. So was there ever a conversation on, should that goal be kept because there's more work to be done in reducing those failure rates, or I
think our thought process behind that was that if we can increase the engagement of our students, that the failure rate will decrease. And that if we can get them on with voice and choice and on that pathway to reach their goals, that hopefully, again, those failure rates and the attendance rate both will increase. So they want to be there.
Right.
I would also say, Allison, though, that that's the right question to ask. I want to make sure that that doesn't disappear in the abyss.
Yeah.
I mean, what we're talking about here, we talk about achievement gaps all the time, but really what we have is we have standardized testing gaps. We have achievement gaps. We have opportunity gaps. We have exposure gaps when kids, you know, don't get the opportunity to participate in things. And then COVID taught us that we have a digital divide. So we want to, you know, continue to keep all of those things at the forefront. So failure is a part of academic achievement data, and I would encourage you, you know, hopefully we'll have more opportunity to come to the board and present different things, but that question needs to remain intact.
Okay.
And I think we can still address it, like when we come back to World's Best Workforce, in conjunction with that goal, so that you can see if that has improved or not. We can bring that data.
Thank you for this presentation, and thank you particularly to Eric, who's been doing this work for such a long time and doing an absolutely fantastic job of it. And I also just want to, you know, put this into perspective for the community so that they understand that this plan is something that we need to do to submit to the state in order to be able to get special funding that goes back to kind of what I mentioned earlier, that we have one of the biggest achievement gaps in the country for students of color. And so there is special money that comes from the state for a plan to try to address that academic gap. And so that's kind of what we're talking about here. I want to go back to this new initiative that you're talking about with the supporting families, having these specialists, in a couple of the elementary schools. So where are they going to begin, and when is that going to start?
We are hoping to implement that for next school year. So we're going to kind of work together to create those job descriptions and get those positions posted. We're looking at, we'll gather some input about the best places to put them. Again, we want them supported. We don't want them working in isolation. So we're trying to build that in and really be thoughtful in where we place them so that we set them up for success and then can replicate that as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to, support what Director Pitre just said, Eric, thank you. Thank you for all the work. There's a difference between when somebody has it and when somebody has a passion for it. You have both. So. I have worked with you, I have known you for a few years now, and I think what I saw then is what I still see now. And I've been really impressed with all the work that you've done in this space, and I don't think we've acknowledged you enough, and I don't think we've thanked you enough for all that you have done. My kids have been very much involved in all of this as well. And so I, one way or the other, have been involved, and some of our kids here have been involved. Someone who really understands this space, the drive, the passion you have, can be compared. And that's something I have seen over the years. You live for this, and you truly have made a difference in the lives of these children. Regardless of their race, because the Habit program has all of our races in it, white, black, all of our kids in there. And the successes have been seen. And I don't think people really appreciate or understand what you've done here. And that's the reason why I've attended some of the functions that you and your team have had with our Avid kids. The thing I've noticed about our Avid children is the confidence they develop over time. And so where I've had an opportunity to speak to a lot of those kids, and you're right, it also helps to divert their thinking in terms of what they want to become, more focused in terms of what they want to become in life. It gives them an opportunity to think differently. And not only that, but there's a purpose in terms of how they reason, what they look forward to. That was something I found out when I spoke to some of those kids. If it wasn't for this program, that wouldn't have been the case. So I think the district really needs to understand what you have done. Look at all the expanded opportunities. Century College has a scholarship for our kids in this program, those who want to go into teaching. So there's a lot of opportunities there for kids who never really thought that they could have that kind of opportunity, but there's something there for them to look forward to. You have done such a tremendous work here that I don't think that we really see, and that is the same for a lot of the other programs that we talked about. There's a reason why there are programs, because it's very strategic. It's there to try to solve problems. It's there to try to identify opportunities. That's why you have them. It's part of a solution. And so having this program, having the Amigos Unidos program, and of course our GATE program, these are projects intended to solve, or rather identify opportunities and move a lot of our kids, the best parts of our children forward. So thank you for all of this. I know probably talking too much, but really it's really appreciated. One question that I have overall, and this is not just to you, I've asked it to Dr. Funk before as well, including Caleb. Why do you think our Latino and Black kids lag behind?
I think it's the right question. It's complex and multi-layered, and I'll start by saying this. Bev had talked about achievement and integration revenue being categorical funding. The categorical funding that we have and use on the programming that we just showed you is between 6/10 and 8/10 of 1% of our entire district budget, right? So there's a difference between having programming for certain kids and having racial and educational equity be truly part of the DNA of the entire educational institution. And that's where I want to see this go. That's why I'm really excited about some of the shifts, like putting meat on the bones of our instructional coaching program. When you made that decision as a board, you made a conscious and willful choice to shift us from training, which is knowledge, to application, which is now impacting, professional practice and pedagogy. And so that's, there's a much bigger systemic piece. And again, we can go back to things like racial harm. If students, don't feel like they're living in safe, brave, and caring spaces, the Pythagorean theorem is not their top priority. So there's a lot of work to do in this school district, and we're just getting started.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Director Kelsenberg.
I'd like to endorse what Annie said. I'm going to take that a little further with a couple of anecdotes. I went to that program. You had a presentation last summer, the activity at Anderson Elementary.
We're learning with our kindergarten and first graders.
I was.
I have a photo of it, yes.
And, but I'll tell you one of my takeaways from that, just to add on. So I saw that, and then I also went to the Voices of Change conference a couple weeks ago. And what really impressed me is these kids made these presentations. So last summer, the kids spoke. And that just adds so much more. I mean, you could give us a lot of stuff, and it's good stuff. But when you hear from those kids, there's so much more meaning to it. And these kids are better speakers than I am, and a lot of us here. I mean, they're impressive. So yeah, in the Voices of Change conference, it wasn't just some kids speaking up when they breakout groups. They put on the conference and they led the conference. They moderated it, and the adults in the room were observers, not the doers. So credit, I believe you and Cornelius kind of facilitated them a little bit.
Cornelius, I want to be very clear, and Cornelius does a really great job in that context. One of the things that he trains his kids to truly believe in is a saying, nothing about us without us is for us. And that's really his gift in working with those high school age adolescents. They truly believe that, and as you saw, they shone in that setting.
Yeah, so I would encourage anybody seeing this is to see those kids make those presentations, and it'll add so much more. Thank you.
Great. Director Hocker? Great. I'll try to keep this brief. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It very much reminds me, especially your comment about AVID being a system and not a program. That there's a great quote from Atomic Habits, James Cleary, that
book right now.
Fabulous. I wonder if you got to this point. He says we don't rise to the level of our goals, we fall to the level of our systems.
Yeah,
and
that's 100%.
For me, talking about the goals, yes, we have to set goals in the district, but those goals aren't much without the systems underlying it to get us to actually rise the sea level for all boats to float. So a lot of what I've seen in this presentation is targeting those systems through AVID, through professional development, and to me that speaks volumes for this work, that this is sustainable work and that this is really integrating into the DNA of our district. And for that, I so commend you for all of the efforts that you and your staff and the support of our superintendent are really doing. So I very much support this whole package that you're presenting for us. And I believe this is an action item tonight.
It is, so did you
Great,
want-
I would love to make a
Okay.
motion to move to approve this package.
And we'll discuss after. Do you want to second the motion, and then we can have a little bit
second.
more discussion? Okay, so Director Thielander seconds the motion, made by Director Hocker, and you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. No, I just want to thank you both for the presentation. Thank you for the important work for all our students, especially, some of our most vulnerable students, which I think is important. And, Pete, you shared kind of a anecdote, and, from one from my own personal standpoint and experience, I've done a lot of volunteer work, and one was with a nonprofit organization that teaches financial literacy in schools throughout the, metro area. And, I've had the privilege of, being in suburban schools, urban schools, and what has always been the consistent theme has been the engagement and just the excitement, and just for me, the enjoyment of working with these avid students. It's amazing. I mean, I've been at all these districts, some very high-level suburban districts I've taught, and it's never been as good as these avid programs across, the metro. And I think that, to your point, Director Hockert, I think it just shows that this is such a sustainable system, and it's an important one. And it's really cool. And in that nonprofit role, I actually stopped saying, I don't want anything else other than avid. Let's all go to those classrooms, because that's always been the most exciting. So it's so great to see that. And, as Director Porbeni had mentioned, there's some really great things that are happening in the district.
Yeah.
And how can we pull that out and make it scalable across the board? Because there's obviously some really exciting things and some successes that are great to see and to promote. But how can we make that happen for all students? That's what I'm excited for those opportunities. So, thank you.
Great. We do have a motion and a second, and unless anyone has anything to add, let's vote. Okay. All those in favor of approving the A&I plan, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? It passes. Thank you guys so much for your presentation and the work that you do. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Annie, I have a bone to pick with you, and it's that your two children who participated in our Summer Success Program would make great educators, but you're directing them into math and science.
They chose, I didn't do anything.
All right. Welcome.
Welcome back. Am I up?
Yes, we're going to talk ALC Alternative Learning Center bids.
Perfect.
Phase 1 bids.
Yep. Good evening again. Last week, we opened bids for Phase 1 of the ALC remodel here at the Oak Park building. The Phase 1 is a summer 2023 project, so here in a couple months, which is the replacing the mechanical systems, as well as creating the new parking lot for the ALC program here at the south side of our building. Our bid day budget was $2.4 million, and as we opened up the bids for the 5 work scopes of this project here at Phase 1, it was $2,247,442.81. And this is Phase 1 that'll happen this summer, and then we'll be coming back for Phase 2 of this project for more of the internal remodel towards the end of May, looking for approval for those Phase 2 bids. But tonight is just the first phase for this summer's work. So with that, I will open up to any questions or comments that you may have.
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve this. Can I get a second?
Second.
Great. Director Petrie, any questions? And my only comment is I'm so happy it's under.
So are we.
And if there are questions, we can ask them now. Otherwise, we go ahead and vote. Great. All those in favor of approving Phase 1 bids for the ALC remodel, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Mark.
Good job.
And now we are moving on to our legislative platform for 2023, and we're going to turn that over to Superintendent Funk.
We've had a new committee that meets. It's help me out here.
Legislative and community
Community
engagement?
and government relations, I think
Yeah.
is what
Oh,
it
is it? Okay. That's what it is.
So anyhow, as part of that committee meeting, we have identified a platform for the board for approval. And so it really has a couple different priorities related to it, most of them revolving around funding. The first one is we'd like to see an increase in the basic formula, 4% increase for each of the next 2 years. Just an interesting fact, since 1992, because of the lack of keeping up with inflation, there's a $1,263 gap in what we were receiving for funding back in 1992 to today. So that's about $11.2 million in lost revenue annually for our school district. 2, special education cross-subsidy. We take about $12 million out of the general fund every year to deal with mandated special education instruction that the federal government promised that they would pay for many, many years ago. They're not paying for it. So the state, with their budget, is saying we are looking at eliminating that subsidy at the state level, that would be an additional $12 million of revenue annually for the school district. Same thing with English language learners. We have a growing EL population, as you heard tonight. There'd be a reduction of, or an additional $650,000 in funding for EL. A few weeks ago, I testified at the Capitol on transportation sparsity. We are a large district, and as such, they have not adjusted the transportation sparsity formula for a number of years. We would receive approximately $600,000 to $700,000 more annually, but we still have, we still have revenue of about $2.4 million on about $10 million of cost for transportation every year. So every little bit would help there. And then the other thing that is important to us is districts received a lot of COVID funding over the last 3 years. That's going away in 2024, and we are going to be losing $1.7 million for our mental health supports, for our social workers, school psychologists. So if they allow us to use the Safe Schools levy, we can take some of that money and replenish what the shortfall in the federal dollars. And then priority 2 is really empowering local decision-making, and that would be allowing you to renew a levy at the board table. So, for example, I think you passed an operating levy a year ago. You had to go to the voters for voter approval. If it were going to be at the same level, the board would have the ability to authorize that. I think in the last 15, 20 years, there's been one time a school district has not renewed an operating levy as a straight renewal. So it's a lot of expense and resources for holding the special election. So this would allow the boards to have that authority. There is a concern with universal school meals coming in. It looks like the legislature is going to pass that, and the governor's probably going to sign it. A lot of our compensatory funding, which we receive based upon our free and reduced student numbers, is tied to that. So using the model that they're looking at, we're going to be receiving probably about $270,000 less a year in compensatory aid. The other discussion point on that amongst folks is if our free and reduced number here is around 20 to 23%, why are we taking state dollars to pay for all 100% of our kids? So that's a discussion that's going on, and the discussion would be, couldn't we use those dollars somewhere else in education? But it's an equity issue and that's what the legislature is important to them. There's also some parent leave, sick time, unemployment language, maybe changes to TRA that also have some financial costs to the district. We pass these mandates or these laws, and sometimes we don't take a look at what the financial impact is to the school district. So we're putting what that financial package will look like. We have a legislative breakfast with local legislators on Friday. We'll be sharing some of that information with them. And then we would also like to continue sustainable funding for programs such as BAR, which the legislature is looking at adding more grants to that. Again, we're losing some funds from the federal dollars that we've been utilizing previously. So this is the platform that we are recommending that the board approve. And then once the board approves it, when we meet with the legislators on Friday, I think we're going to be meeting with them next week as well at the Capitol. We can go in and say, here's what we think as a school district here in Stillwater. So subject to your questions, I'm seeking your approval tonight.
So before we start questions, I just want to get a motion on the floor just so we can discuss after. So I'm going to make a motion to approve this legislative platform. Can I get a second? Director Kelsenberg. Okay, so discussion or questions for Superintendent.
So for the Seek and Safe leave and the family medical and parental leave, what is the discussion around that? Do you think there's a possibility, it's up to 24 weeks, right?
Yes. So
Seek and Safe separate.
So there's a lot of discussion points. I'm sure you're probably well aware of a lot of them, but we've got collective bargaining agreements with our employees. And so the collective bargaining agreement may say you get so many days of sick leave, you get so many days of various leaves. And if the state is coming in saying, well, we want paid sick leave, the question is, does the paid sick leave start before the district's sick leave, or does it start after? So do we as a district allow them to use their sick leave first, and then the other sick leave paid sick leave kicks in? So we don't, there's not a clear picture on what that looks like yet for us. So we're trying to figure out, once that clears up, what could the potential financial impact be on the district?
Is the sick leave, my understanding though, is the sick and safe leave is specifically for those who do not have full benefits. So for a lot of our employees with, they're already working, that are permanent employees, whether it's exempt or non-exempt, they already have the sick leave that you're talking about in terms of accruals. But the one that the state is looking to pass, a sick and safe, that supports employees who are on a temporary or do not qualify for benefits. And so there's an eligibility criteria there, so it's not automatic.
So we have a number of employees who are, say, 25 hours or less, who are part of bargaining units, who may have partial rights.
Yeah.
So this would impact them. We also have community ed employees who really don't have any bargaining unit that they're part of. This would expand in community ed
That's true.
cost as well.
That's
So-
very true.
So my concern with it is, let's not rush on this. Let's, the legislature, okay, we're aligned, we can go forth and do things. Okay, but there's costs involved here, and we want to make sure we understand what those costs all are as we go forward.
So the effective date for that is, if it passes, is January 1st of 2024. So do you think it will be ideal, regardless of whether it passes or it doesn't, or whether, even if it does, there might be a reduction of the 24 to probably, let's say, 18 or 15 weeks. Do you think it's appropriate to actually even start planning? If it passes, fine, you are ready. But if it doesn't,
Absolutely. I think we're going to have to plan that into the budget. But it's just for targeting what that dollar amount is going to be the question. The other one tied to that is they're looking at changing the rule for teacher retirement from full retirement at 65 to full retirement at 60 if you have 30 years of service. To pay for that, they're asking school districts to add a payroll tax, basically, of the district would be paying 2.25% more towards that retirement. So, so people aren't discussing, okay, what's that bottom line number going to be for the school district? So, point being, we want to make sure that these are nice ideas for people, but there are financial impacts on the district. And so when we're trying to run a balanced budget here, we want everyone to be very clear on what that looks like.
the unfortunate thing is we don't have a choice if it passes.
Yep, no, we don't. And that's why I think legislatively, at this breakfast and as we network, we've been really conscientious in committee of saying, and thanks to both Director Keister and the superintendent for really making it clear what these the unintentional consequences that can fall on our budget if some of these pass without thinking through those consequences. And also, I'm just always stunned at the inflation. I'm stunned always at the cross-subsidy, both EL and special ed, because as we start talking about all these great programmings at this table, and we're always struggling to find that money, I mean, you add up those cross-subsidies and the inflation, and you're talking just millions of dollars that would be annually into our budget. And it's just very frustrating because we are trying to do this really great programming for kids and always seem to be struggling to find the dollars to do it, so. Yes, Dr. Petrie.
Thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it. A couple of things. Yes, I mean, the legislature is talking about, they have a lot of money right now, and they're talking about an infusion for schools. But I think that one of the things that we have to be aware of is that, there's a lot of potential mandates that are coming down the pike right now. I mean, one of them is class sizes, that they want to mandate class sizes from St. Paul. And, these kinds of things take away our local control. And, if the class sizes that they are thinking about get implemented here, that's going to be a ton of money. And so if they give us some money on the formula, they're going to take it all away, So the other thing that I would just mention is that I think that we're probably going to have this legislative agenda on our website. And I would just encourage people in the community to take a look at that and, talk to your legislators. Some of these things are going to have, some of these mandates that have been suggested are going to have significant impacts in this community if they go through.
And I will say that one thing we did talk about in committee, and I think we'll likely move forward on, is trying to make it easy for our community to engage with their legislators, putting some templates for some letters, incorporating our platform and the potential consequences for our district. And so more of that to come, and we'll certainly talk about that at board meetings and get that information out to schools in newsletters and PTAs. Because really, we do need the community's help in advocating for all of these issues right now. So I would love to take a vote on this. So all those in favor of approving this legislative platform, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Opposed? Legislative platform passes. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the resolution for board vacancy. I'll go through the process a little bit, and then after we vote, we're going to let Joan kind of do her tabulations, and we can all take a little 5-minute recess for a bathroom break. This has been a long meeting, so instead of moving on to that, we'll just take a little break. So I want to quickly go over the process here. You'll all see in your folders that you have a paper ballot. This is how we will vote. Everyone who interviewed for the position is on this list, and you will simply be ranking your top 3 candidates, 1 being your first choice, 2 being your second choice, 3 being your third choice. Joan will kind of tabulate based on a point system, so your first place vote will get 3 points, your second place vote will get 2 points, and your third place vote will get 1 point. So the highest point getter will win the position, and we'll kind of put that forward in a resolution. If there is a tie, which, could happen, the board can choose to just move on with its agenda and then vote again at the end of the meeting to see if we can coalesce and get some consensus. So we will do that still yet this evening. So if you feel comfortable, we'll take just a few minutes to rank your top choices, and we'll go from there. Please remember that you sign, too. You would put your signature on the ballot. Joan will come around and collect the ballots when you're done. Before Joan announces the point totals, she will also announce everyone's individual votes for the record, too, just so you know. So at this point, we're going to let Joan do what she needs to do, and we're going to take just a 5-minute recess here to go to the bathroom and whatever you need to do. Thank you.
Take a break.
Pretty routinely.
My computer died. That's how long we've been here.
I'm like down to
My
like
computer
20%.
died.
Yeah, I've lost 25%.
Do we have outlets, by the way?
What?
Is there outlets?
We got? I don't know.
Okay, we are back in session here. Before we go to Joan to share the results, I think it would be helpful if we just shared as individual directors, maybe some of our thoughts and kind of some of what influenced our choice here. So, yes.
I can
Director
kick us
Hocker.
off.
Sure.
First of all, I would like to thank all the candidates. I believe I think all of you out in the audience, and this was a marathon evening, so thank you for sticking it out with us. And I just wanted to take a minute to just kind of explain my own thought process. Appointing board members is a bit of a different process than a general election. And we are just appointing someone for a good 6 months here, once we get seated, and then to the next November election. So just to clarify, the points that I am taking into consideration, I, in my single vote, understand that there's no way I can replicate an entire general election. So what I am looking for is really somebody to fill the seat for the next 6 months before we can turn it back over to the general public to tell us who they believe should be seated for the rest of this term. So first of all, I'd like to say I was so impressed with the pool of candidates. We really had some stellar people show up and put themselves out there and interview with us. So I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming and interviewing with us. It really was a pleasure to hear your many talents. So a couple things that I look for in my criteria. A big thing for me was experience in governance. Since you are going to be serving for just a short time with us, having some experience with board work, somebody who can jump into the role and understand at least some of the nuts and bolts of how things run up here is a big piece for me. I also look for kind of what we're doing in the next 6 months of work and who can we bring in to help continue that work, collaborate well with us, and serve our entire district and community. And then finally, I'm really looking for someone who has some understanding of both the district and our community as well, to kind of understand that context to bring to our board discussions. So those are kind of my top 3 criteria that I'm really looking at when I went through and made the ranking for my top 3 candidates. And quite honestly, it was really difficult because we had multiple candidates who fit those criteria. So it really is a pleasure to have met all of you and to have you come on out. And I really hope and encourage that, unfortunately, we only get to keep one of you. So the rest of you, please find a way to engage with our district and continue to serve our community and possibly run next November. So I really appreciate all of your hard work and coming to talk to us. So with that,
anyone else?
Anyone else?
Sure.
Yes, Director Kelsenberg.
So we had 6 candidates apply, and I would be comfortable with any one of those 6 people sitting at this table with me. What I looked at was prior activity on behalf of the district. That's kind of what got me onto the board was PTA stuff. I just got involved in stuff, and here I am now. So I looked at the prior activity, and then also knowledge of district affairs. People that did their homework, looked up and got knowledgeable on district affairs before they came here. So thank you.
Yes, Director Petrie.
Actually, I mean, I went through very similar processes that both of these directors have mentioned. You know, it is true that we are only going to be having this person at the table for the next few months, and then the community gets to weigh in again and decide, you know, which person will fill out the remainder of those 3 years. And so that's important. That's an important factor. For me, it's not really a partisan thing at all because this is not a partisan position. And so for me, you know, in addition to some of the criteria that you have mentioned, I mean, it was just really important to me that we're choosing someone who supports our district and supports our community. That was a really big factor for me. And I also just want to reiterate that, my goodness, what a crop of candidates we had. I mean, it was a hard decision to rank order 3 people among that group. I mean, you know, I am just absolutely thankful and amazed that such a quality group of candidates came forward. So thank you all, and please do remain engaged, even if you are not chosen tonight, and just know that we would have liked to have chosen all of you.
Thank you for that. I agree with what all of you have said. I actually was looking for someone who would support all of our children. That was more important to me. So for me, it was all of our kids, what is best for all of our children. That was my number one. So I made my choice. So again, great candidates. We're very lucky to have the group of people that we did. But I took it very personal because of the minority kids we have in our school system. So looking for that one person. All of these candidates will be great, but I really focused on that. Thank you.
I also just want to extend my heartfelt gratitude, to all 6 candidates, really for having the courage to put yourself out there, a way that exposes yourself to conversation, critique, and just commentary, which is never easy to do. So I am truly grateful to everyone, so thank you. I was really pleased to see how many people stepped forward and were willing to serve, through the school board vacancy process and wants to serve all students in our school district. I also really greatly appreciate all the community input that I received literally in support of all 6 candidates. I heard from everybody. Hopefully, selfishly, hopefully this is the last time we have to do this as a board. It's not really what I want to do, but it's obviously a necessary part of it. But I do look forward to the community having, their input and be able to cast your own vote come November, which I think is important. And so just in the meantime, obviously I had to make a selection, and the criteria that I used to determine my top 3 rankings of candidates, is based on mine and mine alone. And it's based on prior board governance experience, demonstrated commitment to community service in our public schools, building a relationship with others, and volunteer work in the community. Also, the written and verbal responses within the candidate application interview process was important, and just community input as a whole. So I would just echo, please, everyone, stay engaged. Just continue that momentum and stay engaged and find ways to get involved. And I'm super excited to see those opportunities being more easily to be done through the website. So thank you.
I mean, you guys have all articulated everything that that went into my process too. I think that I want to emphasize this is not a political position, and I think you said that, Dr. Petrie. This just isn't. And so for people to make assumptions, I think based on like people's political positions maybe at this table isn't really something I like to do or altogether that fair. I just think this is a non-political position, and I like that it's a non-political position. The only requirement is that you want to serve the community and the district and our kids. And so I wanted to say that. I also think that there are, multiple lenses to look through when making this decision. For me, I mean, governance, understanding the community, looking at the standards of school board leadership and how that person would also fit into the group. And I know that we heard from a lot of community members, and certainly there were opinions on all sides. I guess I want to say to the public that there's no way that this process can ever reflect an election. I mean, that's not going to come until November. And so some people would say, I had some community members reach out and say, give the appointment to the runner-up in the election. I had others that would say, you should be electing someone that closely aligns with the candidate who won in November. And honestly, we can't do any of those things. I mean, this process is not an election. It's not built to do any of those things. We have to just look at governance, those kind of community attributes that we're looking for. Because really, it's just about who is best equipped to advance the work, the mission, and the vision of our district on behalf of all of our students and our staff and our taxpayers. So those are kind of, I do want to thank everyone. I mean, I know some of the candidates are here today, and just honestly, thank you. I just echo the comments here, and I hope that there is some forums and there's committees that are out there, advisory in nature, that I hope you join. and apply for, because our district is stronger if we have everyone that applied for this position to continue to engage and work in moving us forward. So thank you very much. Thank you all. So, great. Joan, do you want to announce the individual votes or the?
Should I go through the director's votes?
Should we do, let's go do the director's votes first, I guess, and then we'll do the kind of end.
Okay, so I'm doing this alphabetically. Katie Hawkert, Chris Lauer, Bethany Cox, Christopher Coonsey. Pete Kelsenberg, Chris Lauer, Bethany Cox, Christopher Coonsey. Bev Petrie, Chris Lauer, Bethany Cox, Christopher Coonsey. Annie Porbenny, Bethany Cox, Christopher Coonsey, Chris Lauer. Allison Sherman, Chris Lauer, Christopher Coonsey, Bethany Cox. Andrew Thielander, Bethany Cox, Chris Lauer, Christopher Coonsey. So the candidate with the most votes is Chris Lauer.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a resolution now that we will need to approve tonight. We'll add Chris Lauer's name. And I will make a motion to approve the resolution. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, Director Petrie. And this is a roll call vote, I believe.
Director Hockert,
Yes.
Director Kelsenberg,
Yes.
Director Petrie,
Yes.
Director Porbenny,
Yes.
Director Thielander,
Yes.
Chair Sherman.
Yes.
You have quorum.
Great.
Or I'm sorry, the vote passes.
Okay, great. So I do not have the timeline in front of me because my computer died. But
30 days.
30 days, and this board member will take, was it April 11th? Why does that stick out at me? It will be mid-April when this appointee would, the timeline is on the website. Sorry, it's late, my computer's dead.
So the seat successor would take seat April 11th.
April 11th, okay, I was right.
After
Okay,
30-day
so,
petition period.
that person will take office on April 11th, so after a 30-day wait period, so, okay. That's all we have tonight.
Oh, wait.
It's not.
We have.
Oh, no, we have
Policies.
Oh,
We're
my
not done
goodness,
yet.
we don't. This is a never-ending meeting. We have policies. I'm sorry, you're right.
Make it quick, Jennifer.
We have,
Allison.
Well,
she makes it quick.
what? Oh, no, I do have it. My computer.
She makes it quick.
Yes.
This will be Jennifer's last meeting.
Yes.
This is.
Yes.
Jennifer.
I just want to come up and say thank you. Congratulations on new opportunities, and just thanks for helping with all the transition, and thanking you for being during the time of COVID.
Oh my
helping lead the district. So-
Thank you so much. Oh, this is
definitely.
bittersweet. Mostly sweet
Oh,
for
the
you,
bu-
probably.
But it's the best thing, because he's going out on policy, so I mean, what better way for?
Yes, you're going out on policy.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair Sherman, members of the board, Superintendent Funk. I am going to end my last meeting doing the things that I love, right? Talking about policy and
Policy
not only am I
416.
talking about it, hopefully I'm closing the chapter of some of the important policies that we have in front of us, which are our alcohol, tobacco, and drug policies. And so you've heard me talk about these policies 2 other times before today. I don't think that I need to go into detail because we haven't had any suggested edits or changes along the way. Thanks to the policy committee for working on these. But tonight I have before you policy 416, which is our drug and alcohol testing policy. This sets the policy and the procedures, and what it does is it authorizes our school district to test any of our employees or job applicants, specifically around the ones who operate, have a commercial driver's license or operate our district vehicles. And so with that, again, there hasn't been any suggested changes or edits, and so at this time, I am recommending approval for the adoption of revised policy 416.
Great.
Is there a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Director Hockert?
Second.
And Director Kelsenberg with the second. All those in favor of approving policy 416, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Policy passes. Okay, we're going to move on to action item F here, which is the approval of policy 418, drug-free workplace, drug-free school.
All right, wonderful. Policy 418, again, this is one that was originally adopted in 1990, so it was quite dated when we started looking at this. And the drug-free workplace or drug-free schools policies before you, again, this one has not had any suggested changes or edits since the first two readings, and so with that, I'm going to recommend adoption of this policy as well.
Great. I will go ahead and make the motion to approve policy 418. Can I get a second? Great. Dr. Porbenny. And all those in favor of approving policy 418, drug-free workplace, drug-free school, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Policy passes. Great. Last action item for this evening, approval of policy 419, tobacco-free environment.
All right, and again, policy 419, or tobacco-free environment, just does that. It's really to ensure that we are maintaining a learning and working environment that is tobacco-free. Some of the updates in this policy is that it is inclusive of regular, what we think of tobacco cigarettes, but also vaping and vaping prevention as well. And so, again, there's not been any suggested edits or changes since the first two readings, and so we're recommending adoption of revised policy 419.
Great. Director Hockert will make the motion. Is there a second? Director Petrie. All those in favor of approving policy 419, tobacco-free environment, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. And now we are adjourned. Yay! Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yes, thank you, Jennifer. We will